lot of people do, but yeah, we've been doing a bit quick. We officially kind of launched this in May. So to have the turnout we've had, it's amazing. The ground we've had all the offices. And performance has 100% improved. And it's pretty fun.
Absolutely, and I would like to echo your comments. Martin Aubrey is incredibly kind and generous with his time, and the way he answered questions during his introductory overview session today was just inspiring to me as well, because he did hear out every questioner, and he found the nuances in that person's question to build upon and convey insights that I think are important for people who are new to this field to understand what the pursuit of longevity is really about.
Absolutely, and the patience required as well, I would not have, because when you explain something for the first time, there's some positive feedback in having you explain. But my God, when you explain it for the 12,000 times, you need to be the same. And I've seen him do that over many. So yeah, it's wonderful to be here, it's wonderful to be fun to engage with, and it's one of the two or three key things that I want to be that
Absolutely. Now, to our officers in the United States, do you have any questions for Martin while we have him here?
I'd take one.
Yeah.
Martin, tell us about what Ireland does have going on for longevity industry research, etc.
You know, it doesn't have much in terms of longevity specifically. It is a very, very strong medtech sector and very strong pharma sector. It has a strong economy, and it has a kind of developed skill of taking American money into Europe over the last 30 years, which is interesting in itself. So it has the corporate law and corporate finance required to deal with very big deals, very big sums of money. And then you have that English language. All of these things are very well advertised by the Irish government, but they haven't embraced this yet. I'm in the process of dragging them.
Ela fazia campanha contra as minas terrestres, uma cultura campeã também, né?
But I think they will be dragging them. We have some.
Eu acho que é mais um escândalo familiar.
One of my missions is next year have the
Era mais fácil ela dizer assim, olha,
and I might pause.
o amor aqui foi acabando.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's interesting too, because as far as I'm aware, Ireland is
Eu acho que ela podia vir, não ia fazer nada contra ela. E a Lisa tem que escrever essa
There's good and bad stuff. Yeah. I follow it. There's something
eu não mas é ilógico.
I think it's to do with having
Paulo Camargo, a crítica governamental não teremos mais Não, eu acho que a gente está passando por um momento de transição de uma revolução industrial para uma revolução que é mais
Well, 15 million for the whole thing.
Então, assim, vai começar a sobrar gente no mundo.
And that is quite promising, because I think sometimes in the United States, and it's understandable to a certain extent we are a sector of an empire that is
A gente vê que
literally an empire
alguns
that
planetas
is
começam assim com a
influencing the
forma de
rest
uma
of the world,
batata,
sometimes in
começa a ganhar
ways
matéria
that
fica
we
cada vez
might
mais
not want
redondo.
it to influence the rest of
Tanto,
the world.
tanto que
But
a gente chama de
nonetheless,
planeta,
I
não,
think
porque
if
ele já
you
tem uma
look
forma
outside
redonda.
of
property for
that
15
framework,
million.
you can find
Não é.
opportunities where a particular
Because
country
this
can be
property,
more
this is where you get all the
A forma redonda é
UFOs, man.
característica
This is where you get all the
bola,
UFOs. You can set up and study research
da
right in my house.
other
That
countries.
should be dope.
Ireland,
Get a lot of research, man. I've got a lot of research over the years.
Só que vamos fazer uma bola.
one of our forthcoming guests
Cara,
is going
porque
to talk
quando a
about
SpaceX e outras empresas lançam
well.
foguete para o
But
espaço, eles
it was
nunca mostram na
interesting
câmera.
just walking around
Porque eles cortam.
Dublin, which I highly recommend to
Eu acho que eles cortam porque tem muito
I
fogo também,
stumbled
né?
upon so many embassies and
consegue
departments of
nem filmar
government that I
nada.
think I walked in front of the seat of government itself.
Vou terminar agora,
where
tá? Por
the,
favor, parem de mandar mensagem,
equivalent
depois a
of
gente
the
conversa.
Prime Minister
Quiser ficar mole.
is located.
Se era fosse plano, não
I
teria o
can
ciclo
spell the
2008.
title, I can't
Já acompanham
pronounce it,
desde
so I'll
2011,
let
não
Martin
teriam
pronounce
as
it.
estações, por exemplo.
Hightech. Yes.
Chico, então, você não tem religião nenhuma, você é ateu. Eu fui de candomblé, eu fui budista. Teve uma época que eu tive um TTT com satanismo, depois não gostei, saí fora. Hoje em dia eu não tenho religião nenhuma, tá bom?
Seat of
Qual é
government,
essa
the
religião
office of
sobre
the
ele?
Taoiseach
Essa
was
religião
right
aqui não é
there,
religião.
behind
Aqui é um
the gate. And I could
Chico,
walk up
tratando-se
to
de
it,
aparências
photograph
físicas,
it, and I
as
couldn't
de
walk
raças,
in,
poderiam ser as
but
coisas
I am
votadas,
certain
os
that the
asiáticos
government
cientistas
of
great
Ireland is
africanos
more
e
acceptable
europeus
to the
ali,
government of
certo?
the United States.
Isso é uma
That I've done
teoria
that
que
in
quem
terms of
coloca
the White
é o
House,
Benítez, né?
these days. But it is astonishing that you have been able to come here to Dublin and have
Não saberia dizer, variantes, né?
So,
Porque assim,
any
a
of
diversificação de espécies é normal.
our panelists have any questions for Martin? Oh, here's an interesting question from our friend Mike. How has Ireland been affected by the death of Queen Elizabeth II?
Totalmente diferente. Sou russo, brasileiro. A especiação, né, é natural.
I don't know.
Tem que ter um nariz mais largo
Very confident at the moment.
para captar mais oxigênio.
Honestly,
O oriental tem um olhinho mais fechado,
I did travel them on
o olhinho mais fechado é mais adequado para andar na neve.
I would have been amazed if I could have stopped from it. But that lady
Os genes são um pouquinho diferentes.
with Ireland. I don't know if that's
Chico, ultimamente Agatha Lopes não está tendo tanta abdução quanto na década de 80. Não tá tendo. Você retirou via para brincar comigo, né?
No, I wouldn't have gone.
Matheus, a abdução é feita no quarto hoje em dia. A abdução pode ser mais sutil, entendeu? Talvez ela fosse feita de uma forma mais bruta. Matheus, eles mudaram a maneira de agir. Como diz Matheus, Agatha, eu acho que estão mais sutis, estão mais chiques, entendeu? Macho leve. Fala, quando veremos em algum podcast? Quando algum podcast me convidar, eu não posso fazer. Conheço um cara chamado Mário Schwartz. Gente, vou encerrar por aqui, tá? Chicoteado, diálogo com a Namastê, vocês. Até a próxima. Muita gente fala que eles são demônios. Não, demônio é todo espírito que o cristianismo antigo não entendia, tá? Demônio, o cristianismo, ele chamava de demônio tudo aquilo que se encaixava no angélico e no divino, entendeu? Do cristianismo, tá? Então assim, orixá, demônio, Buda, já foi chamado, budista de satanismo, entendeu? E tem os demônios da Goécia, uma experiência da Goécia, mas eu não quis entrar nessa, eu achei que eu não sabia, eu não sei direito o que está chamando.
That is an important
Pode
story
estar na verdade eu vou enxergar
how
Commando Gravity UFO! Commando Gravity UFO!
hostility
Grande Chico Abraço Interestelar.
De-escalation.
Polão, demônios dependem do ponto de vista, são os demônios para a vaca de
So
frango.
our friend David
Demônio
Shoemaker wonders
espírito não
what
ligado.
is the biggest highlight of day one in your opinion.
Chico, o que
we will
é?
actually
E
go
essas
around
coisas
and
atrás de você?
ask
São nos
our
quadros.
other attendees this question as well. So Martin, after you
Faz
respond,
coisa de
we
macumbeiro?
hear
Sou
from
macumbeiro.
DDA and David Wood.
Ainda cuido do meu Xangô, da meu Xum.
I think it's highlight for me. I've been
Commando
É isso aí, pessoal.
UFO.
Chico Pintado, programa de diálogo de forma, de mulher mais feio.
But I guess just having people avoid tell them. But it is nice to see. I keep forgetting how many people and I keep thinking about it in a number of years, and it's people, and that's been happening repeatedly all day long. And so seeing kind of old friends is the most enjoyable thing of the party.
And I do think that that's a great answer, Martin, because a large component of the conference is building connections with our community. And sometimes it's reinforcing those connections, sometimes supporting these connections and helping us grow this movement. Now, DDA, what was your impression of the biggest highlight of day one?
Well, I would say a few months ago when this was organized, I was kind of thinking it will be interesting, but not more than that. And already the first day, and even also in the preparation of this event, I was impressed by the work of David, and also by the work of by the work of Emma, who is working with Martin, and by the work of Martin. Then during these first speeches, I already heard quite a few interesting things. I have to. Sorry, that's it for the moment.
All right.
Great first day.
Thank you, DDA. And now let's hear from David Wood.
So I had a fascinating day. I'll first comment a little bit about the impact of meetings, impact of events. Often there are impacts that are not clear at the time, but they grow into something huge. And I got a very pleasant surprise earlier when Martin was discussing how he met Aubrey de Grey, and I hadn't realised he had actually met Aubrey de Grey and changed the trajectory of his own life, I guess, as a result of coming to an event I organised. And I have to admit, being a data geek, I checked my registration records for various events, and I found it was on the 24th of 2010, 24th of April 2010, Aubrey gave a talk at a large event I organised in London, and Martin, you were there.
But I think it's quite a year. I thought it was 20 almost.
Well, I looked at 2011's event first, and you might have come in incognito, but you weren't on the list. That happens. So, but obviously the seed had been planted. And I know that one of the other prominent people who are going to be taking part in the event
Greetings,
later
Earthlings.
got his life trajectory changed as a result this time of the talk I gave about the abolition of age.
Greetings, Commando.
Sometimes the small things that we do can have a big effect. And who knows, there may be people watching this YouTube video now who weren't aware about the possibilities that we're going to discuss. And this could lead them to become a leader in one or other aspects of this great cause, the abolition of aging, the progress of rejuvenation, biotechnology. In terms of the things that stood out for me, one is I think it's clear that what happened today exceeded the expectations of at least some of the organisers. One of the organisers, a very friendly gentleman, said to me, it's a shame they haven't organised the talks today in a room double the size.
A bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. Like people hear, oh, Mercury's retrograde, oh, you're not supposed to sign contracts. Okay, well then I can't do that. She's like, well, we live in modern times. That's often unavoidable. if your job is starting, you have to sign your contract. You can't be like, well, can I sign it in a month?
In a sense,
Rarely
it's another
do you have that
test.
flexibility.
Far better
Sell
to
to North Korea for
Knowing
extra
that, like,
special
if there is
price.
I'd often recommend to clients that maybe there can be a clause of like you have to renegotiate, so you get a little
for now, and I
buffer
make it back
of
to
like
others later.
to help out with the fact that
AI,
maybe something does go sideways,
AI
like
to work out in advance the behaviours.
or knowing that when stuff there is miscommunication, that
This has been done for a while.
there's a
Various
reason.
AI
Okay, let's
feed in
about this.
lots
This
of
is all
information
about
about
any retrograde is sort of like you put
and then
prefix
see
re in front of
what
whatever the market
AI
latest victims of the night
right?
stalker,
Mercury, you
thought to be responsible now for 34 brutal attacks,
Mars,
14
because
of them
reactionary, and we and so it can be that opportunity. It's like, oh, you said something you didn't mean to 3 weeks ago. You get to say it again. You get this opportunity to fix it. Where maybe if you had said it 2 months ago, it would have been harder
training,
to get
less
that
help from
opportunity
the humans.
as opposed to something that's
So
like
instead of
during
the
the
humans
shadow
feeding in a
period
lot of
and
information about
retrograde.
these
And
the system was able to work
and
out
that's
by
like
itself
awesome.
from very
And edit
general
anybody who's a
things
writer.
how these
Right? Like
molecules
Mercury
are likely to
retrograde is
behave.
awesome.
That will speed up
Especially
even
aspects
further
and
the
using the
possibilities
energy. It doesn't can't
worked out
other times, but
drugs to love.
and attacked
using
a
the
couple
energy
while they slept.
in our
Neighbors are terrified.
Got to sleep with my hand on my.
Then
So the possibility is that the very
amplifies our
long time
ability to
period
do
it
it.
currently takes to discover
I
drugs
think
and trial
really
them
understanding
speeded
that
up.
Mercury is
And we've
limited
said this for a while,
lives
but
between
what's
the
happened with
dust and
AI recently
it only
is that
comes
the
out
systems are becoming much more
visibility
intelligent in the sense
for
that
part
you
of
don't need
this
to explain
relationship.
so much to them. You just show them lots of data.
Commando. Commando. Commando, commando. Commando, commando.
combated all the injustice in the world. Especially for non-humans. I feel bad for all the little ants and everything, like all the animals that can't do shit, man. It just sucks.
Well, man, ain't no sunshine, gonna shine on the dog's wheel. If you don't get out on the grind,
I wish there was more justice in the world and more of a perfected design, so every species can thrive and be happy and do really well.
my cousin was told at a Brawl's house. Get a truck, take her to the back, put that in her mouth. Leave the butt, going like my kid, turn the radio, move the car up into the yard, cleaning out the hole. You should know that a brother weed really ain't for me. I just got out the touch of weed, trying to get on my feet. Get the cheese off the merchandise, when it for the deal, man. Please, you say you don't steal, I'ma keep it deep.
Like a harp. It could be like a harp, or it could be like harp, yeah, son. A harp like a fucking angel. Or a piano with a harp. With a chill pad, with a piano and a harp. This song is called Arturo Ain't For Me.
Get out on the grind, doing time, up the player out, 2 girls at a Brawl's house. Get a truck, take her to the back, put that in her mouth. Leave the butt, no one like my kid. Turn the radio, move the car up into the yard, cleaning out the hole. You should know that a burglary really ain't for me. I just got out the factory, trying to get on my feet. Get the cheese off the merchandise when it on a deal, man. Please, you say you don't steal, I'ma keep it steal.
Put this up on the wall right here. Put it up on the wall with the fucking anti-gravity tape. The, what is it called? Velcro. The commando shit. Space Commando Velcro. The Space Commando Velcro with the anti-gravity. Smoking big ass fucking weed. Riding in on a Maserati 8.
We gotta have it. I do ass. I'm ready. And fuck, I'm bouncing like a rabbit. No panic. Understand it. Just like that. We gone. Into your middle, mama. Yeah, we standing high. I gotta die, man. Don't you even try, man. Suckers gon' leave once I let this papa fly, man. Mama gon' die, man. I like to get high, man. Back scratching, breaking through and line after line, man. I got to get mine, man. Staying for some time, man. Let them play it easy, but I done serve my time, man. Put that on my mind, man. Staying on the grind, man. Slang is some words in the streets on my mind, man.
Stuff sounds really good. That beat sounds really good, man. I like that. Whoever made that beat called Arturo is awesome. I want to follow them on all the social media shit. Ain't no player hater, hoe. Fifty 50-inch rims riding on the Escalade. 50-inch rims riding on the Escalade. 50-inch rims first.
Inch rims riding on commando car. Buy when I sell the UFO. I'm gonna buy 50-inch rims on a little on a Cadillac Commando. Through the people, they were shooting through the people with the sniper. They were shooting through the people with the sniper. Shooting through the people with the sniper.
It's time to get some. Gonna do the best I can.
in the back of the Cadillac in the whip. ET in the back of the Cadillac in the whip. ET in the back of the Cadillac. Pop up in Fiji with the big sack. Bad bitch, smoke gas, ride with ET in the Cadillac. Have a piece of sit back. Smoking on commando pack. Got the laser on counter attack. Put them all in the body bag. Put on the toe tag. I was whipping Maserati, smoking crack. Puffing Applejack. fully loaded mans in the mech. Smoke a sack, bulletproof jacks. Click, clack, I'm getting wrecked.
All the time, you know, and he was high as fuck. He was like, "You want a fucking trip tonight, man?" And I was like, "Yeah, off the next day or two."
Gucci cigarette.
They opened him out and he had an eyedropper and he squirted a bunch of fucking
Gucci cigarette. Gucci cigarette.
You can feel it, like, and you're not supposed to. I could feel this shit running down the back of my throat, and I was like, "Dude, what the fuck?"
Featuring two couple. I'm getting double. Flip it out the tuple. I'm getting double. Gang, 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 gang. Turn up.
I can't communicate and they can't make me. I don't relate to my peers and I'm afraid they all hate me. I ain't hateful, I'm just focused. Got so much love, but I'm afraid to show it. I grew up thinking I'm too different. If I tell everyone, tell me what's the difference. I could do it all myself, I don't need friends, but I want them. Yeah. If I think about it too much, I get afraid that I'ma fuck it up. Yeah. Situation ain't the problem. I do this shit with everyone. Yeah. They say the devil in the details, but I avoid the negative. Am I afraid to fail? Yeah. But I keep on going. Baby can't hold me back. I keep on showing. I'm right.
Nudity, obscenity, self-mutilation, and violence.
Lord Head and Mr. Nicholas Polinato.
I got weapons you can choose. I got weapons you can choose. I got
spacewalks on Io, son. We finna do the spacewalks on the moons of Jupiter, boy. Getting ready to go to the moon and then go to Io on the other moon of Jupiter, man. Then we going to Mars, man. We're going to Mars. With the artificial gravity flying saucers. This is a case for my audio recorder, but I'm using it for the UFOs.
Scott Moran, good to see you. Good man right there. Edwin, good to see you, sir. I'm always in the opposite direction. I'm always in the direction. Hey, Dina. Good to see you. Thanks for coming out. Good job. What's up?
I caught the flying rods out of midair with the Ghostbuster machine.
Yeah, I got it. Alright, let's get cracking. So tonight's episode is about advanced civilizations. We have them in the past. So in other words, A was Earth at one time that had an advanced civilization on it, then get wiped out, then start again, then get wiped out again. So 1,000 years ago, they didn't have technology that was extremely advanced that we don't know about today. You see on cave drawings what looks like Egyptians had light bulbs. They were able to electroplate gold and other things. There's been talks that the pyramids were giant electronic conduction devices themselves that water ran through the pyramids and made them gigantic electro-induction devices.
I was thinking space, yeah.
There's also evidence
UFOs on the block.
Nuclear blast that could have been civilization on Mars. There's proof, well, there's alleged proof that back in the day, Admiral Byrd went into the inner Earth and found
Who wants to buy some UFOs? Buy some UFOs for a stack this big of 100.
Terrestrials living inside our Earth that had
stack this big of 100, you get a UFO.
Their own sun inside there. So Andy and I put together this little 9-minute long presentation. I'm gonna let that roll out. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves in the chat, but this will get you up to speed.
Stacks of hundreds this tall, and then we'll talk about the UFOs.
Caroline, Mr. Moon. Alright, so we're gonna hit this. We're gonna hit this right now. So enjoy.
Somebody give me like 15. Give me 15 million. They should try to go for 15 million.
Long time. Quite a bit longer than us. For those of you that might need to know this one, the Earth is 4.543 billion years old. In those billions of years, anything could have happened. Volcanic explosions, wars, floods. We have survived so far, but no one knows what's going to happen next. In a search to find the oldest civilizations on the planet, we uncovered
Okay, I texted Deep Prasad. That's my friend that got $15 million. This is my young Indian friend that got 15 mil. $15 million to study UFOs with quantum computers. And we were talking about quantum computers and UFOs like 7 years before he got funded. We were talking many years ago, for many, many years. Him and I particularly were talking about quantum computers and UFOs. He remembers me from Twitter. I talked to him on his YouTube live streams. He had some interviews with people.
We have had in the modern industrial era. We've been doing better than good when it comes to the advances in technology. And all of those advances in such a short time. Consider a civilization that was
He's also the CEO of what is this called? Of Quantum Generative Materials, GenMat. I forgot what the lyrics to that song are. I think it's like riding Maserati, smoking gas. Pull up on GenMat Complex. Black coffee. It was just tiny bit left. Interface commando. Commando consciousness interface. Commando Supremo activated. Commando. Activated Commando.
Now I see it. I wasn't sure whether it was translucent even.
Translucent? That's a good fucking shot, man. That's creepy shit. Oh man, I really want to know where the hell this was. Now I know from being present, I know that he goes out and he actually is in communication with a family of Bigfoot all the time. That's pretty cool. And I've heard other people that are in communication with him as well. What's up, Mike?
What's up, fellas?
You see them in the car. That's great. He's totally
They were both actually on the island. I have a couple more. We were just talking earlier, so I shot you a couple over. But,
and what was the away from
how far from you?
Was it long lens or so, or was it quite close?
I'm wish.
Let's say 150,000 for the UFO.
And this is back when I wasn't on YouTube yet. I was doing Facebook live streams, and I used to have a lot of people that would be there and view while I was going and take screenshots throughout the whole thing. So like I would get a lot of influx of stuff and a lot of help. So I was getting a lot of photos that I wouldn't have been able to get otherwise. I can't take credit for the capture itself. You know, it came from my lens, but I had help getting it. You know, they came from subscribers or whatever you want to call them. I don't know what they're called on Facebook. The first one. Yeah, the first one you guys put up, the bald-headed one. I presume she's a female. Yeah, I presume that's a female.
Let me ask you a question. This one, the other one that's standing up against the tree, is it the same being, but the other one's turned on the side better, so you get a different angle, or are they two different ones?
No, this was probably like a year apart. That one there, that I got a weird feeling. So I was looking at what I thought was kind of a Sasquatch in a brush, right? And I was looking at it, and I'm kind of like, I'm live streaming again. I'm like, oh, I think I see something there. Whatever I was looking at just fell back fast, and I was like, that was weird. And all of a sudden I got like, and it was getting dark, but all of a sudden it felt like doom and gloom, and like, you know, it felt like darkness fell, even though the sun was still kind of up. It was like twilight. And I kind of just felt like it was time to go. So I started making my way out, and I was in thick brush, nothing like, not a trail. I was just in the shit. And I had to like, you know, maneuver through, and like, this was like a place with a lot of vines, and like, you just had to maneuver through awkwardly. And I could see something that it don't, you know, like how Casper floats? Or like a Slimer like floats.
Yeah.
That's what this thing was doing, that second photo. That's what that thing was doing. It wasn't walking. It was like, it was fluidly moving. Like it didn't have legs. Like it was just.
Did he see you?
Yeah, I think it was coming for me. I hauled past out of the tree line. Yeah, I hauled out of the tree line, and it almost felt like I could breathe again. Like there was. As soon as I got out onto like the grass and there was a bunch of deer, and like it felt like the sun was shining again, like I was like able to breathe again. It felt like I was just like not in a place.
Another different reality or something when you saw.
Yeah, I've had. Again, this was in my early days, so I had no real experience, no like knowledge of like, you know, any of those kinds of things. I was really still kind of feeling my way through it, so I had no idea what could have been going on at the time. I had no idea. I just knew it was like, you know, one of those. Everything in my being was just saying, go, just go, you know. But that first one, yeah, the first one was quite the opposite. It seemed curious. It seemed to come out of the ground. Like that's the weird part. If you notice, it's there's like two logs, like two, you know, they're big trees, but whatever this thing is, it looks like it comes from up underground, and that's what made me start to look into underground beings and stuff, and like tunnel systems and Anunnaki. I ended on Anunnaki, and
this one looks more human-like. This one has more human-like.
He's talking about Anunnaki and stuff. It looks like he's on the right track there. What's up, John?
Yeah, it's the only thing I can think of, you know, but you know, this is what made me start to, when I hear aliens now, I kind of don't always look to the sky now when I think about aliens.
I always think, like, yeah, there's inner Earth, different dimensions, little water, they come from space, they come from everywhere. Now this looks like a little race. The head structure, orbital sockets, cheekbones, and jaw.
And it is kind of looking towards it. Like I'm looking at the eyes, two big eyes.
Yeah, it's got his back to the screen, but just his head is turned.
Yeah. The heart of
yeah, I'm pretty pretty sure, like I said, I was having help. I'm pretty sure what I did was I was kind of on my way out and I was just aiming the camera kind of. I wasn't really looking. I was kind of not trying to look and kind of aiming the camera in that direction. Yeah, but yeah, it was dark. It was like Andy said, it kind of looked shadowy. It did. It kind of looked like it was able to like move through anything, anywhere it wanted to. Now, when I tell you I was like, moving through the brush like awkwardly, this thing was not. It was just coasting through. Which
just before you said this was in the early stage of your sort of the beginning of your sort of investigations and stuff when you first starting out. So were you doing any kind of meditative stuff or any of that before you saw these things sprang up?
Yeah, no, I was.
Do any or anything like that before you go out into the woods searching?
No, I have my own way of doing things, kind of. I have my own kind of twist on things. Some people meditate. Like I've learned to meditate kind of while I'm moving around. And
yeah,
it's a mix of the Reiki that I've learned, and then the meditation, and then a mix of like what I've learned about the cryptids and the Sasquatch, and I've kind of put my own spin on things. So like, a lot of the times I used to be all over the place and scattered brain, and I think a lot of that allowed a lot of these other things to want to come from me. And now I've learned to kind of put myself on an even keel and try to like, repetitively show like I walk in the light, like, darkness, stay away, think to this effect, and only good things can come near, just things I repeat, whether it's out loud or not. Yeah. I'm always kind of repeating these things.
Yeah. You've been in contact with Sasquatch and strange things in the woods for quite some time now. So this is nothing new to you.
Well, I mean, yeah, it hasn't been as long as I think it has been. It feels like it's been like forever, but it's probably been about like 3 years now. But when yeah, it's got its ups and downs. It's got its, it's got its peaks and its valleys. And sometimes you go months with nothing. Sometimes it's like, nonstop. But yeah, I try to always let things be done on their terms, things that they're comfortable with, And like I'm out there every single day, so one way or another, it's I'm getting my exercise. I'm getting I'm soaking in nature, like I'm freeing my mind. I'm leaving the BS world behind, and that's the goal, is to go out and kind of. It's nice. It's kind of nice. It's hard sometimes to live into it, but also it's nice to leave the.
How tall you think these things are? What happened with the audio? Alright. Okay. Alright.
Yeah, man. That was a surprise to see them. Slightly different looking.
I got pee pee poo poo doo doo nah nah.
Whatever you want to call it.
Whatever they are. Man, but he's got photo evidence, and he has more than 2 photos. That's just 2 that I was sent. I've seen others before that he sends me when he catches them, but. I got pee pee poo poo.
I got pee pee poo poo, no. got pee pee poo poo. I got poo poo. I got pee pee poo poo. I got poo poo. I got pee pee poo poo. I got poo poo. I got poo poo. I got poo poo. I got pee pee poo poo. I got poo poo. I got pee pee poo poo. I got 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 the pee-pee. Got the pee-pee poo-poo. I got the pee-pee poo-poo. With my crew, I got the pee-pee poo-poo. The pee-pee poo-poo fly up in the air. The pee-pee poo-poo flying everywhere. We should try to give the aliens underwears. In fact, give them pee-pee poo-poo. Give the aliens poopy. Always throw poop at the aliens. Always throw the poop at the aliens. I'm riding with the Pescapillions. Strapped up like reptilian. Commando. Strapped up like reptilian commando. Hee hee. Strap up like reptilian commando. potato. No skin potato. Skin on potato. Got the skin on potato. Pop band. Pop band.
That might sound awful, like my street cred is something, you know what I mean? But like, I don't believe it's possible.
I don't even know them all in order. First one's deciding, second one is, landing or like traces of landing.
Yep.
Third one is you see a beam. Fourth one is you're brought on board a ship.
Yeah, you got them.
And then the fifth one is human initiated contact.
Initiate.
Yeah, when the human initiates it. And yeah, I mean, it's basically you're sending a message to the universe. All I say is if there's any peaceful ETs that like to make contact, my address is blank, and I literally give them my address telepathically, and that works for me. It took me 7 months to try and get.
What mindset?
The fans only say 4,000, but this is 12,000.
You have to be in a positive mindset, and you have to be like you have to be have good intentions. It's really about your intentions. It doesn't require anybody can do it.
What about if you go into it wanting to take a picture of them?
It just depends. They kind of like read your brain so that you know that you're wanting to take it. So like you can literally kind of like
by the government to give them the aliens.
I'm like, and I just say that I'm like, yo, I'm gonna take a video. And I've even tried, which is crazy, talking in slang, like saying the slang words like pull up and like which and it actually works. I saw a green orb that was solid green and it was flashing white every 3 seconds. And I got on video on my Instagram. But from talking slang.
So they understand slang. Your implication is that they understand slang in a way that
it's kind of weird, yeah. But it's just like weird stuff like that as long as you have positive intentions. And I think that's why my 3-year-old son, 4, but that's why he had such great contact, just because kids are so pure, so innocent, and that's what it's all about. As long as you go into it with a peaceful intent, you're open-minded. I don't know the exact requirements because I can't do it every time on camera. That's not how it works. And it actually took me 7 months of failure.
If you go out there, be realistic. Because even once, we have to look at this in a way where even one time getting it right is enough. It's enough.
It's life-changing. One time is life-changing.
So
that's why
realistically,
seeing the silver, whenever my kid made contact, it was a silver seamless disc floating right above my house, approximately 10-15 feet above my house, because it landed on it. And that was, more prolific than any of the ones I'd seen myself, which were beyond all of mine. They're crazy. Every contact experience, they call it experience. It's like an event. It's insane. It's mind-blowing. But this one was really just insane because it was in the middle of the day. It was a silver disc, and the actions that it performed, it literally shapeshifted in front of my eyes, shapeshifted from a physical object into an orb, and it was an orb for about 5 seconds and then disappeared, which the fact that it disappeared proves it's not man-made right there.
Yeah.
It came back 5 minutes later. My kid pointed it out the second time when it came back and said, "Daddy, aliens." I'm like, "Yeah, right." I said, "Where?" He pointed and it was closer to us, flying with the birds, flying in the middle of a flock of birds, like in perfect synchronization with the birds, like it could read the birds' brain, and the birds were flying with it, like it was right in the middle.
Well, okay, so
same exact order.
To go back, because there is a difference, and this is something that's actually talked about in the Cosmic Hoax documentary about man-made UFOs versus actual ET craft, right?
Yeah.
So you said what you just said is, do you not think that man-made UFOs have the ability to cloak?
I think they definitely have the ability to cloak. As far as the ability to hold in space-time and become an orb, though, that's a different question that I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay, but okay, that's okay. I'm not.
That's like quantum physics. That's like quantum mechanics.
Right. I'm going. I'm taking this in a direction to answer questions for our narrative. So basically, that rules out in your mind that this was man-made, right?
Oh, and 1,000%,
right,
million
right.
percent. There was no way my son. The thing is that my son literally said, we were inside, I was watching UFO videos on my phone. My kid said, "Dad, I want to see aliens." I said, "Okay." And this was the second time doing it. I said, "All right, well, close your eyes and do it again." I said, "Close your eyes and ask him to come over." And he did. He went, "Will you guys come over?" And I said, "Tell him that we're doing CD5." He said, "We're doing CD5." I said, "Tell him we're meditating." He said, "We're meditating." I said, "All right, let's go." He opened his eyes and said, "Let's go." And we both
And like Hancock, that's all he researches is like the inner Earth stuff. So like he's on point.
Yeah.
Check that out.
Well, here's a question. I'm still. Somebody brought it to my attention recently and reminded me about. I remember when, I don't know how many years ago, maybe 10 years ago, everyone was talking about Nirimbu. You know, the
Nibiru.
planet.
Nibiru Commando.
Nibiru. I was personally never into that. You know who's into that though? Carlos Skywatcher Portugal.
Oh, right.
He's into that with his channel.
But it hasn't really. There's not a lot of talk about it anymore. I remember when there was a lot in the community years ago about it, Planet X and all that, and don't really hear much about that.
That planet orbited our solar system, and what, every 30,000 years it came just close enough back to our planet to see, and then it went way back out. And it was on the opposite side of the sun all those years. That's why we couldn't see it, or whatever the case may be. I know the story. I never really got into it.
No. Yeah, I know people were convinced it existed.
That's what I just said, Long Island Bigfoot, that underground bases weren't ours originally. I agree. I think that they were already there, and then the military found cave systems and just took advantage of them to build them. Saves them a ton of money.
But yeah,
Commando.
I think everyone, any right-thinking person should know by now that the pyramids, for instance, were not built 2,000 years ago. They were a lot older. And yet the history books aren't bothered. They don't bother to change any of that.
It was built forever.
They're still in the current history books. That's when they were built, and it's crazy why they don't actually.
It was built like 10,000 years ago.
Amend it.
The pyramids are aligned perfectly with Orion's belt.
Like
So I would
4,000,
love to know how
5,000,
somebody from back
10,000
then
years ago.
aligned the pyramids to Orion's belt perfectly to like within 1 degree.
Well, true. Yeah. I mean, obviously they have a lot of time on their hands staring at the sky, but to work it out, they must have had, they weren't primitive people. That's for sure.
All you got to do today is be careful of this guy, and I'm going to pop him up. Just be careful of this guy.
Oh.
You know who that guy is?
That's Enzo pretending to be. That's Enzo pretending to be Elizondo.
That's Uncle Lou right there. Just be careful of that guy. You know what I'm saying? Just be careful.
You should have a straw hat now. He wears a straw hat a lot these days.
I have him as Moses.
Okay.
He's Moses parting the Red Sea.
Okay. I don't know what's going on with him, to be honest. I haven't really been paying much attention, but I keep seeing pictures on Twitter and stuff, and like he's been rumbled or something like that. He's been caught out. I don't know. I've been missing the whole the drama that is Elizondo. So I don't know.
Yeah, I catch bits and pieces. I don't even pay attention no more. Basically, a lot of the shit that he says, they're finding out now that was bullshit. Some of it's true, some of it's bullshit. If more than 40% is bullshit, I don't pay attention anymore.
Yeah, that's why I don't speak much on this show.
But tonight, Paranormal Highway, part 4 of our cartoon's going to be up. Drop the exact time it's going to be on tonight, Eric, in the chat. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Because you're Pacific time. I think it's on in a couple hours. So it's live in 4 hours, ladies and gentlemen, on Paranormal Highway. I play Bigfoot. Bigfoot Anon plays himself. Eric, Paranormal Highway, plays himself. And then there's a couple aliens in there and stuff. It's a great episode. Go check it out, part 4. Live
Why didn't Bigfoot Anon? I would have thought his chances of playing Bigfoot. I mean, come on.
Yeah. No, well, he's the researcher. So him and Eric talking back and forth makes it funny. You know.
Yeah.
They animated our character in the last one, which was pretty funny. They did the animated version of our alien. That was good.
Who I want to see? I want to see Steve the alien.
They whacked that motherfucker.
He should make a cameo in Eric's cartoon. He should just pop in or fly by in a space rocket.
I think he does. I think he does.
Oh, really?
I think I don't remember. We'll see. We'll see. Everybody, people always die and then come back. I'm waiting to explode in like a fucking plane crash or something, or drown underwater because Bigfoot can't swim. There'll
No,
be
they're not
something
going to kill
crazy
you off.
horrible. There'll be something crazy that happens to me eventually.
They'll not kill you off, mate. And if
What's
they
up,
do,
Skywalker?
they'll reanimate you. No pun intended, but they'll
I'll come back as
reanimate
an
you.
alien.
Yeah.
But that's it. I'm gonna get ready. We're gonna wrap up for the show tonight. I'm trying to keep it at exactly 1 hour for the algorithm. If you have noticed, we're doing a lot of shorts on our YouTube channel now, so go check those out. They help with the algorithm. They help get the show. I noticed that the shorts do very well on everybody's channel, and not only that, it gets more people to notice your channel, and it seems to be working out. Our TikTok is blowing up through the roof. Go check that out. I want to thank everybody that joined us on TikTok lately. There's a lot of you guys that came over and subscribed there, so thank you very, very much for that. If anybody has any show ideas or anything they'd like to see us discuss, please drop us an email at topfiless4@gmail.com. We'll be more than happy to check it out. Andy and I discuss it. Maybe we'll be in one of the next upcoming shows. Stay tuned for Witness Wednesday. I want to thank everybody that jumped in and bought raffle tickets, and congratulations to all the winners. And a couple of weeks we'll do the call out for this one. Don't forget to vote for the Faces of Horror. We got 5 days left for that. Ron from Cosmic Neighbors has Michael Sherratt and Jim Goodall. They'll be on his show Wednesday, I believe, at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Ron, if you want to throw the link to that in the chat, feel free. And you guys could go get your notification bell set on that. Also, Rich New Design has a Dynamite channel. We hang out Fridays and Wednesdays.
Yeah, great show.
Rich is very talented. He knows how to animate characters. He played Steve, the alien cartoon that crashed on my beach a couple Wednesdays ago.
Never mind. He made it.
Dynamite. He made the whole thing. The voice, the script for it.
But he's also really good company. His show. It's good just to hang out on his show. It's really a chilled show. And they also have their own We Enjoy Every Day. It's another channel he's got called We Enjoy Every Day. Cartoons, great cartoons, very funny as well. And there's an alien in that, but not Steve. It's a different alien. But if you could check that channel out, it's brilliant. And Gorilla Gamer Show as well. He's really cool.
He's a trip, man. Gorilla Gamer makes so funny. Man, I cry laughing sometimes with him.
Florida Man. He does
Brown Dwarf got a great channel along with Second Star Survival, Matt. And then don't forget to go check out JoJo Bone, the JoJo Bone Show. So JoJo Bone, Enzo, and Andy have their own show. It's primarily a radio show, but I think JoJo throws it up on YouTube after, right?
Yeah, I missed it last Monday again, unfortunately. But I'm hoping tomorrow I will be there.
What's this?
Because I'll be going out.
It's Elena's birthday? Did I miss that?
Elena?
Oh, happy early birthday. When's your birthday, Elena? We gotta get a whole birthday thing set up for Elena. I know. When's your birthday, Elena? Because now I have to know, because I have to get a whole thing set up for Wednesday now for you. Is it before Wednesday? Is it close to Wednesday?
Elena,
how did I miss that?
Well, she never mentioned it yesterday on the show, on Lee's show. 19th, apparently. 19th of
19th birthday.
Tomorrow? No, it's definitely not her 19th birthday. I can tell you that.
The 19th, that's tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, Monday. Well, happy birthday. I wish I had something prepared for this. I feel like shit now.
Nobody told us.
I know what we could play. I know. Why don't you play Lee G's Unidentified S4 song for her on our way out. We're gonna shut the show down. Elena, we're gonna close tonight with Unidentified S4 just for you because you love the song. Then Wednesday I'll have a special happy birthday set up for you. As for everybody else, thank you for joining us here this Sunday on Unidentified S4. Please come back Wednesday afternoon, 12 o'clock in the afternoon for Witness Wednesdays. I will be here. Somebody will be hosting with me. That's the only show Andy won't be available for the world. Other than that, we will see you then. Have a great weekend, everyone. God bless you all. And don't forget to come to Paranormal Highway tonight to check out the cartoon. Love you guys and girls. Have a good night.
See you guys. Sorry, Elena.
Riding with commando, riding with commando, riding with commando, riding with commando. Riding with commando, commando, hey, hey. Commando, commando, hey, commando, commando, hey, commando, commando, dun 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 dun, commando, commando, da 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 da. We was in the club, riding with Commando, turning up. You know what the fuck is up? Smoke bags up, toe mags up, fucking hoes in the backyard. Pull up, whip fast, Commando, riding Rockefeller, Commando, Mafia. Got the ETs pulling up. Rockefeller Mafia, ETs pulling up. Smoke gas in the cut. Rockefeller Mafia, ETs pulling up and off. ETs pulling up and off. My team used to summon the aliens to come to the Rockefeller.
Begins with the first step.
I'm like, Jeremy Corbell, bro, is someone...
We used to summon for Rockefeller the alien commando. I'll tell you who it was too. It was Stephen Greer. He was the one summoning with the lasers for Rockefeller. We've been summoned for the mafia.
Until we meet again, hold your head and stay strong, yo. Got my mind on a place to hide from police.
Make America great again, yeah. Make America great again. Smoking gas, look at the Benjamins. I got the biggest commando, I got the biggest bands.
Like a bunch of young black millionaires, making you run. Me and my gun stacking my ones. Blow us a little, invest up in the mutual fund. Blowing the horn, a sense of every day I was born. Never dream I see a nigga landscaping my lawn. Dangerous, my nigga should be accurate. Have to get the flow be so immaculate. Hey yo, watching my dough, sipping my mo, sipping it slow. The pretty bitches saying hello. Anyway, go ahead and display your olive oil. Little honey dip whipping a little cabriolet. I don't mean to hold you up, but I got something to say. Swear to only give you hot shit every day. Afraid of us, you know this ain't a game to us. You're strange to us, that's when we getting dangerous. Come on, this is serious. We could make you delirious. You should have a healthy fear of us. Cause too much of us is dangerous. So dangerous, we so dangerous. My flip mode squad is dangerous. So dangerous, we so dangerous. My whole entire unit is dangerous. Hold your breath, we swinging it from right to left. With the wide cleft, nigga should be hot to death. Staying alive, you're the only the strongest survive. Holding my heat under my seat, whipping the fire. Baseline for all of my people moving around. Give me your pound, all of my niggas holding it down. Cutting you up, the new shit, rocking you up, fucking you up. My black hole, sucking you up. Back in the days, a nigga used to be ass out. Now a nigga holding several money market accounts. Blaze the street, and then I would just like to announce. Feeling my groove, my jugga making you bounce. Others is fed, me and my niggas breaking the bread. Straight getting it, you got your niggas holding your head. Afraid of us, you know this in the game to us. You strange to us, that's when we getting dangerous. Come on. One time, throw your hands real high, y'all. Yeah, get down, y'all. Let me see you all, y'all. Bust around, flip mode, y'all. 1998, y'all. Get down, y'all. Let's have a ball, y'all.
Psycho.
I just had to put ice and everything. It was too hot in here. I'm talking fast whips, foreign cars. Who's a bad bitch? She fuck me like a porn star. We be blowing gas. It's so hot. high, get so high, we just might go to Mars. I'm talking fast with looking like a porn star. We be blowing gas, getting high as fuck. Get so high, we just might go to Mars. Smoking on that cabbage from the farm.
Our dumbasses? No. But I think they would have come and seen the Mayans because they were influential and good for the planet.
Exactly. They weren't killing each other and everything. They weren't having, nuclear wars. They weren't dropping bombs on Hiroshima and shit. So, I mean, now they're looking down going, man, you guys are really effing this up.
Right.
You're really effing this up.
If they came back now, it would be to exterminate. It would not be to, because they know that's what we would do.
I don't think that. I don't think that if they came back and they actually put foot as a full entity of like dropping down like 25-5, of their race. I don't think that they would just come down for that with that amount of people to make communication to actually make
that guy's making me want to smoke a blunt. He's making me want to go to the store on my electric bike and buy a blunt wrap.
No,
because
our government would feel threatened immediately upon their arrival into the solar system. Our government would feel intimidated.
I'm gonna just smoke out my bowls with the good
the
Cushingtons,
Right,
straight
that would cause a
Cushingtons,
problem.
no
Why would
tobacco.
why do you think our government would feel intimidated?
Because we could get wiped out, and they know it. They're better than us.
I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the reason why our government would get scared about it. I think for the sole fact the reason why is because they would come down, bring technology and knowledge that our government doesn't want us to have.
No, I think they already gave us the technology.
I'm talking
and
fast
we
with
squandered that.
phone
And it's been in
calls
certain
with a
people's
bad
hands
bitch,
and
she
under
fuck me
their
like a
control
porn
only,
star,
not
we
for
be
the
blowing
masses.
gas.
Not for the people.
I think, to be honest with you, the person that I think that was actually contacted by aliens and gave, blueprints to things was Nikola Tesla. Dude, come on, man. He had the blueprints and everything ready for a car that ran off of energy that was just in the air. He had wireless electricity that he had a prototype that worked inside his house.
Right, but anyone who knows how energy works can come up with that. What they have is different. What they have is, according to what I've seen on all the documentaries, their technology is amazing. It is light. Light is power. And kind of like our fiber optics idea, but better.
Right, but what is light?
Energy.
I don't think it has to be light. I just think it has to be a good source of energy. Like did you see that part of that video where that UFO was hovering above the ground and it hit like a booster and all of a sudden the ground underneath it blew up?
Yeah, but do you think they need a booster? Do you think they really use boosters?
No, I don't. No. I said like a booster. Okay.
But anything that would destroy the planet as you took off. No.
No, I don't think that I don't think they did it when they took off. I actually think that they were actually shooting a probe. I think they were shooting a probe to test the land, to see if it's inhabitable for them or what they could do to something like that.
I believe they're already here, and they're under the ocean.
I think. Well, I got a video for that too.
Where we can go.
See, I think it's like us going to different planets if we don't know their atmosphere and everything. I think we'd have to send a probe down and go, okay, do they have oxygen? Is it the right mixture, of carbon monoxide and oxygen? Can we breathe down there? Is it going to destroy our skin? So I mean,
we gonna shoot a porno.
I think we may have races like the lizard race, the reptilian race may be here because they've already done the testing back in history. Other planets are coming, and they're like, we don't know nothing about this planet. Like I said, I really think that there's more than one race out there.
The Greys have shed, according to what they say, the Greys are the ones that have shared their technology and their knowledge of how we need to preserve the planet.
Let me play this other video, man.
Okay.
Let me play this other video. Let's see. I gotta find it real quick here. Which one is it? Oh man, there's so many I want to show you. Here, we'll go with this one from the History Channel.
August 1946. Esteemed U.S. naval officer and explorer Admiral Richard Byrd, one of the first pilots to fly over both the North and South Poles, organizes Operation High Jump, the largest expedition ever to travel to Antarctica. With 13 ships, 23 aircraft, and over 4,700 military personnel.
This was very important, that after the conclusion of World War II, Admiral Byrd was asked if he would mount a large armada and go for 4 months. It was supposed to be that they would go in December, January, February, and March, and there was a list of military goals that they were to achieve, but by the end of February, something happened.
One of the mission's official goals was investigating sites for potential military bases in Antarctica. But during his explorations, Admiral Byrd allegedly came upon something highly unexpected.
This story is said to come from his diaries, not his published account of the trip, but something he held back and then later was suppressed by government authorities that found it frightening.
In his diary, which was discovered by his son after his death, Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story.
Admiral Byrd heard there was an entrance to the center of the Earth through the South Pole. And he took planes into the South, under the South Pole. And when he did that, he discovered that as he flew over the pole, suddenly he's looking at things that shouldn't be there. I mean, it was temperate. His squadron flew under the Earth, into the Earth.
It turns into this lush and green area, and he can't even believe his eyes. But that's just the beginning of his extraordinary story. He tells how all of a sudden he starts to see a shimmering rainbow city that's made of crystal. His airplane is taken control of when he suddenly sees these flying disc-shaped objects around them that lead him to the ground. Whereupon he's escorted into a cavernous type of an area where he meets a being he refers to as the Master in his diary. The Master tells him that they're highly disappointed in what humans are doing with nuclear weapons and how they've recently destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and they really are concerned about what is going on the surface of the planet. They tell Admiral Byrd that they hope that humanity will ultimately stop this.
For UFO researchers, this account from Admiral Byrd's diary is particularly significant due to the fact that the modern UFO era began right after World War II and the detonation of the first atomic bombs. It has also been noted that a high number of UFO sightings have been reported in the vicinity of nuclear missile silos.
Admiral Byrd's story is congruent with the stories that we hear from numerous accounts of angelic or extraterrestrial type beings that are very concerned about what humanity is doing with nuclear weapons. Just ask the Air Force officers at the U.S. missile silos, the nuclear missile silos, that have seen their silos and their nuclear arms disarmed by what are perceived to be extraterrestrial beings. They're very concerned that we are ultimately not just going to destroy ourselves, but could harm our planet, which is their world as well.
If Admiral Byrd's secret diary is authentic, does it reveal not only that there are highly advanced beings living inside the Earth, but also that they are monitoring what happens on the surface? According to the diary, after this incredible encounter, Admiral Byrd was eager to share his story, but was ordered to remain silent.
Byrd comes back after this experience. He is taken to a government compound where he is told that he is never to speak of this publicly and that everything he says is classified.
Could Admiral Byrd's story point to a profound connection between the ancient traditions of strange beings living inside the Earth and the modern-day UFO phenomenon? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, and believe we may be fast approaching the time when we will find ourselves face to face with the beings of Inner Earth.
Interesting story.
Definitely.
Definitely an interesting story.
I mean, that you can't validate because no one's allowed to fly there. No one's allowed to go there. I don't care who you are. You're not allowed to enter that airspace.
Even
This is
complete,
Falcon
just an absolute beautiful
from Tesla.
sight here. And look, and here's where we're going to see the sun hit it as it gets high enough.
Because people see this and they think it's a UFO.
Absolutely
Well, if you're
extraordinary.
watching
It's like a shooting
and
star
you've
in
never
reverse.
seen Tesla's Falcon rockets take off, this is what it looks like. So don't get this confused with the UFO.
Now, I want to mention that this Falcon 9 is capable of actually carrying 10 satellites into
Initially-
space. So this thing is massive in its own right.
Initially, you will sit there and go,
Such a
"Oh,
great thing to be
that's a
watching.
that's a
And here we go
UFO."
now.
I'll be like, no, that's not a UFO. But as people see like the next stage that this goes through, they see that part and they're like, oh, that's a UFO. What is that?
And now you'll see it continue to shine through the night sky.
And what's making it blue
it hits another
is the
thrust
actual
set right there.
light from the sun actually coming around the Earth that it's going into.
Just see the trail it's leaving behind.
Like, I'm sure you've seen videos of this going,
Describe it to
people
you,
going,
Brian,
oh,
you can
that's
see
a
it,
UFO.
but from the ground, it almost looks as though a cloud of smoke with its own mind is just shooting through the sky.
Right.
This is absolutely incredible.
Because the first time I saw it, I had no idea what it was. I was like, well, damn, that's jacked up. It just ejected a pod.
Again, you're watching the SpaceX Falcon 9
It just
rocket
ejected
launch
another pod.
from Vandenberg Air Force Base. This visible from Bakersfield.
But yeah, I saw that and everything before I knew what it was. I saw that and was like, oh shit, what the hell is that? It's a UFO.
Right.
Now, theoretically, for me, it was a UFO. It was an unidentified flying object.
True, yeah.
I mean, that's the reason why so many UFO sightings are reported, because they just couldn't identify it. They didn't know what it was. Man, did you have any idea how many sightings are in the 10 years ago in the United States alone?
Oh yeah.
Dude, this is crazy. Check out this map of it. Where did I put that map? I'm almost positive I kept that map. Well, there's a link in the description for the map, man. It's crazy, and there's been quite a few in Indianapolis alone in 2012.
In 2012?
Yeah, in 2012, there was like 12 sightings in Indianapolis, Indiana, right around. I mean, outside of the Indianapolis area, but not far.
Right.
Then since the ice caps are melting, we got this one too.
In October of 2020, a sharp-eyed investigator scans satellite images of Antarctica and comes across a site that stops author Brad Olson in his digital tracks. It's a metallic-looking object half covered in ice. Look closer. It sure seems to be a raised disc casting a shadow onto the ice. Olson thinks that as the ice...
I see that. What's going on? Huh, that is weird. I just kept it at the one screen. Anyway, since the solar caps are melting, let me do it this way. What was that video called? That's right. That one was on TikTok, so I couldn't save it. Damn, that sucks. Here's another one of the UFOs with
No.
green light.
Yeah. Moving. No, that's a UFO for sure.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yo, it's like that thing they showed on.
Oh,
whoa! What is that?
Well, see, at that speed, I don't think those were drones. I mean,
yeah, I think they're drones. I've seen them go that fast. The military drones are different than what you're throwing up in the middle of the night.
No. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
No, that's a UFO for sure.
And they can fly in such a tight formation. I mean,
Yo, it's like that thing they showed on.
Oh,
whoa! What is that?
at Anderson at the base up there, you could see them testing it. And those things are actually pretty amazing. There was many nights when they had a drone fly over, and it's pretty awesome. They're pretty quick.
Let's see if I can find a video on it, on one.
If our government would be more honest, it would be easier to believe this crap. You know what I mean?
Right.
If they were more transparent. Instead of 50 years after 1947 finally saying, oh, well, yeah, there was an alien, and we tortured him for days. You know what I mean?
Right. We put him in the microwave, thawed him out.
It would have been nice to know when that was going on in 1947.
Right. Well, I guess Elon Musk has got his hands on military drones here. Let's pull this video up. Yeah.
There's nothing Elon Musk doesn't have his hands on the record.
Right.
He's trying to be the next richest man in the world.
I ain't mad at him. Do your thing. As long as you ain't screwing people, which he doesn't seem to be screwing people.
Whatever, when you buy his car and realize the battery's 30,000 years.
Right, but he realized that, and he actually made it to where he took care of people on those batteries.
Security system is based on the concept of total nuclear destruction, because if any of the modern world powers decided to unleash a new world war, it would endanger the existence of all mankind. For a long time, this concept was considered working and correct. Even in January 2022, it seemed to us that the era of large-scale wars among the most developed countries of the world had long passed thanks to the nuclear shield. But the military conflict in Ukraine, which began on February 24, 2022, showed that politicians,
Here, just skip up here.
fighter
to
jets, they are almost 20 times cheaper than a real fighter, $5 to $6 million versus $100 million for a fancy American F-35. Here you also need to add the cost of training a high-class pilot. In an ordinary European country, training a military aircraft pilot costs $3 for -7, $8 million and takes 7 to 12 years. Whereas the state pays $200,000 for the skills of a drone operator and he studies for a year. Thirdly, saving energy and fuel. A medium-altitude UAV can stay in the air for a very long time, more than a day. Drones with a turbojet engine at a speed of less than 200 kilometers per hour consume relatively little fuel. They take longer to get to the right place than the fighter, but they scout everything more thoroughly than he does. The importance of such technologies is well understood by Elon Musk. His company Tesla has been striving for several years to Tesla has huge production facilities and all the technologies necessary to create its own combat drones and drones. Is it really impossible to direct them to ensure the security of Western countries from possible Russian aggression? In fact, the answer will surprise you. Some experts believe that Elon Musk is already cooperating with the state in this area. They have reasons for this. Firstly, the artificial intelligence developed by his company has already been tested by the U.S. Army. Air Force, the United States decided to conduct an experiment in July 2021, in which a manned fighter and a drone controlled by an artificial intelligence system from Tesla fought in an air battle. The test was quite successful, and the U.S. Air Force thought about deploying its own program for the introduction of drones with artificial intelligence into aviation. Elon Musk and his companies are ideally suited for these tasks.
That's some Starlink
We have already
shit.
said that Tesla has huge industrial capacities, which makes this company an ideal candidate for the production of such military equipment. Moreover, Elon Musk himself also considers this area.
Hey man, let me ask you a question.
Tony Stark.
Right, because Robert Downey went to Elon Musk to basically mentor himself as someone of that financial stature and everything. You think this motherfucker's actually like, hey, I could start making military weapons and become just like Tony Stark's?
Tony Stark, dude. I see it all over that little interview. Yeah.
And plus, when he was like on Joe Rogan, he was like, I am an alien. Like, what? I mean, dude, you're making stuff that is now dangerous to humans. And you're telling people you're an alien? Dude, that's the quickest way to get shut down.
Yeah.
Let's finish.
Very
See what
promising.
else I got.
In 2021, the founder of SpaceX at the Air Force Conference, Air Force, the U.S. Air Warfare Symposium called on the military to switch to drones. According to Musk, even the F-35 fighter jet will have no chance against a modern drone. It's not that I want the future to be like this. It's just the future. The era of fighters is over. The future belongs to drones, Musk said. He noted that the modern American F-35 fighter loses to the drone, which is not only controlled by the operator remotely, but also equipped with an artificial intelligence system. Musk believes that young pilots should study physics and computer technology, since both disciplines have well-predicted strength. He suggested that artificial intelligence could become the most transformative technology in the next 5 years. At the end of his speech, Musk called on the U.S. Air Force to take risks in order to achieve radical results. This last statement is especially important, because it tells us about Elon's determination in this matter. He may well agree to cooperate with the state in this area, especially since there are all the possibilities for this. Moreover, he has similar experience. In 2020, the U.S. Army signed a 3-year agreement with billionaire Elon Musk's SpaceX company on cooperation within the framework of the Starlink project, which provides for the launch of 12,000 satellites into Earth orbit. The Pentagon plans to use the capability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
not looking forward to that.
Right? Not at all. Not at all. Yeah, totally did not want to see that part.
We all seen iRobot. We know how this starts off.
Right. Well, it starts off, yeah, iRobot and Starlink from Terminator, and the bad thing is that the one that's going to be behind it all, as far as outside of Tesla, is going to be IBM with that damn computer Watson. They asked it in an interview, it's like, do you have a goal? And it's like, yes. They're like, what's that goal? He said to become smarter than humans. Computers just sit there doing a damn interview, man, and giving you honest answers.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, man, I hate to bust out on you, but it's 7 and I gotta go pick up the kids.
No, you're good, man. You're good. Yeah, I'm going to go through these videos real quick, and then I'm going to end up running. I got to get up 4 o'clock in the morning for work.
Right on. Man, it was real.
Always nice,
Keep me
man.
posted on next week.
For sure. All right, later, man.
Later.
All right. So we'll most likely see Jody next week. So let's go to the next video here.
May have heard of the Men in Black. It's likely you know this term due to the popular series of science fiction films starring Will Smith that released during the 1990s.
Everybody knows that movies.
But did you know these movies were based on actual accounts
Welcome
of
to
the
the stream.
real-life Men in Black?
Hope you're having a
Well,
good
just
Sunday
as they are
evening.
portrayed in the movies, these men are supposedly government agents who work in secret to keep any data related to alien encounters and UFOs under wraps from the general public. It is said these men appear unannounced and warn people to destroy any evidence they may possess relating to the existence of aliens before going public with it or face serious consequences. So, if we are to believe these Men in Black really exist, it would mean our own governments are attempting to prevent us from learning the truth about the existence of other beings within our galaxy. But you may ask, where is the proof?
Well, let's go over the proof then.
Sightings of these Men in Black date as far back as 1947 with fisherman Harold Dahl, which took place on Maury Island, Washington. Many people happen with fisherman Harold Dahl, which took place on Maury Island, Washington. Many people, you may ask, where is the proof?
I want to know what year it was. If this was supposedly the first.
Sightings of these men in black date as far back as 1947 with fisherman Harold Dahl, which took place on Maury Island, Washington. Many people believe the men in black were born out of the conspiracies and paranoia associated with the Cold War, which took place during this time period. People around this time began reporting unidentifiable flying objects in the sky. And of course the US government were eager to follow up these reports, believing they could be spycraft sent over by their enemy at the time, Russia. Harold Dahl and his son were two such men who reported a UFO sighting from their fishing boat. In fact, not just one, but 6 flying saucers in the sky above them. Apparently these ships dropped molten waste into the lake, which killed Dahl's dog and left his son injured too. Harold told his friends and family around town about this traumatic event, and not long after, he was visited by a mysterious man dressed completely in black. This man told Dahl not to speak of the matter again, and to deny everything. Later, he had a visit from various Air Force agents who wished to collect data on the matter. And eventually the FBI wrote a report on Dahl's encounter, which can be seen in the photocopy here. Harold Dahl soon denied everything and sent data on the matter.
See if we can read any of this. My eyes are getting bad. Dear sir, the following in general are the facts regarding the flying disc story that started by blank, which and the Chicago Times have a B-25 carrier Army intelligence officer was shot down or sabotaged over Kelso, Washington on August 1st, 1947, because it was carrying some flying disc fragments. So this is a letter from the government giving him an explanation on what it was he saw. The original story, as related by blank, was to the effect that blank, while patrolling in his boat near Maury Island, Washington, sighting 6 flying discs, one of which fluttered to the earth and integrated, showering his boat with fragments, which caused some blank. Man, I'm really having a hard time reading this. Something Davis Company with publishing Fantastic Adventures magazines in Chicago, sending him fragments of the flying disc and relating the above story by blank. So yeah, it's just basically a cover-up letter from the government to the guy saying what it was he saw.
And eventually the FBI wrote a report on Dahl's encounter, which can be seen in the photocopy here. Harold Dahl soon denied everything and said it was all a hoax on his part. However, years later, he claimed that this statement had been made under duress, meaning he was pressured into saying it by his mysterious visitor, the man in black.
They have a way of doing that to people, not just the police and
there was a doctor by the name of Herbert Hopkins who worked as a UFO consultant in Maine. He had received an important phone call regarding information regarding a UFO in the area from an anonymous activist in the UFO community. But only moments after receiving this call, Dr. Hopkins was visited by a man dressed in black who warned him to destroy all information that was to be given to him by the activist when they arrived, as well as anything he currently had in his possession. Dr. Hopkins was skeptical of the man in
Oh, you
black
better
until
get
he
outta here,
used
man.
a particularly
I've been doing this for the
scare
majority of my
tactic.
life,
The
and you're
man
telling
in
me to
black
ditch everything?
correctly guessed that Hopkins had 2 penny coins in his pocket and told him to remove one and hold it in the palm of his hand. He then went on to make the coin disappear without ever touching it. Hopkins said the coin simply faded from existence. The man in black then inquired if Dr. Hopkins knew of an alleged UFO abductee called Barney Hill. When Dr. Hopkins said that he believed Barney had died a few years earlier, the man in black replied, "Barney didn't have a heart, just like you no longer have a coin." Hopkins was so scared by this encounter, he went on to burn all his alien research, and from that day forward had repeated trouble with his phone line, suspecting it may have been tapped.
Dan Aykroyd.
The Men in Black have even had run-ins with
Welcome to the
celebrities,
stream.
the most documented case being with actor Dan Aykroyd of Ghostbusters fame.
Wow.
Aykroyd was filming a new series about the paranormal, specifically looking into UFO research. He stepped out from the studio and onto the street to take a phone call for a few moments one night while working. As he did so, he saw a black Ford parked across the street.
Oh, just like what
a
Will
tall
Smith
man
and
dressed in black stepped out
Tommy
of
Lee
the
Jones
car
drove.
and stared him down. Aykroyd turned away from the man for a few moments, and when he turned back, the man and his car were gone. They had vanished. Upon returning to the studio, Aykroyd was told his show had been cancelled and they were to stop production immediately.
That's crazy. Niagara Falls.
Finally, we
Canada.
have perhaps the most conclusive evidence of the real Men in Black on this list. It comes in the form of CCTV footage captured from within a hotel lobby. It was April 2012 at a hotel in Canada, and the manager was a little disturbed when his bellboy informed him that the previous day the hotel had been visited by 2 tall men dressed completely in
welcome to the
black
stream.
who demanded to speak to him. They had heard the manager had been speaking of a UFO sighting he claimed to have recently encountered. Upon discovering the manager was not around, these men had stirred up a frenzy, talking about government and conspiracy theories. They apparently had no facial hair, no eyebrows, and were incredibly tall. But scariest of all, they
Incredibly
apparently
tall.
had identical faces.
That's
And as
weird.
mentioned before, both
No,
could
this
be
is
seen in the
incredibly tall.
surveillance footage. The only footage
Right there, he's in the doorway. And this was 2012. I mean, the average man is what, 5'10"? By judging the way that they're coming through that door frame and everything. Door frame's 80 inches high, I believe, in any kind of industrial building. So those guys are probably maybe 6'3", 6'4". I mean, in 2012, I mean, that wasn't like incredibly tall. I mean, we have a lot of tall people back here. I mean, I'm 6'3". Hey,
of
welcome
these
to the chat.
agents ever released on the internet.
Yeah, Men in Black. That's I don't know if that's an old wise tale or what they do with that. I mean, obviously, you know, I don't know. They said Dan Aykroyd was visited by him and everything. I mean, I haven't heard that story out of his mouth. So, I mean, who knows? Who knows? Do I, like I said earlier and everything, I mean, personally, I think with all the planets out there in the solar system and everything, or in the galaxy, the universe, to think that we're the only intelligent life form on billions and billions of planets, I mean, there's got to be at least one other planet that's got a life form on it, you would have to think. I mean, that's just logic. To think that we're the only ones on this planet. I mean, I don't know. Ignorance or just don't want to believe. But, yeah, that's... I'd have to say that there's got to be something else out there. So, it's almost 15 after 7, everybody, where I'm at. I got to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning for work, so I'm going to go ahead and call this one a night. Next week, we're going to go over Dr. Stephen Greer and his thoughts, his techniques, and everything with alien life forms. And I'm using this as a segue basically for the episode after, because that's going to be on electricity, and not like the electricity you think of in your home per se. I mean, electricity is electricity, like we talked about earlier with me and when Jody was on. So next week's going to be on Dr. Stephen Greer, and then the week after that, like I said, we're using this next week as a segue into the following week, where we're going to be talking about energy. So, hope you guys enjoyed the podcast, and we hope to see you next week. Thank you. Bye.
rise today.
Good evening. I'm Chris Brown, the John and Adrian Mars Director of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum. I want to welcome those of you here at the Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy facility, as well as the thousands more joining us online. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. The John H. Glenn Lecture in Space History is our premier annual event for exploring the role of space, science, and technology in modern American life. Since we started this lecture 2 decades ago, we've been privileged to hear and learn from many notable scientists working on an array of exhilarating topics. Tonight's guest speaker certainly fulfills that tradition of excellence and scientific inquiry. Dr. John Mather and his topic, Opening the Infrared Treasure Chest with the James Webb Space Telescope, has to be one of the most captivating inquiries of our time. I know you are equally as excited as I am to learn more about this incredible new space telescope and all that it promises to reveal. Before we get started, I'd like to extend my thanks to the sponsor of tonight's program, the Boeing Company. Boeing and its thousands of employees have provided enduring and generous support to the museum and the educational programs we host. Our success as America's most popular museum very much relies upon your confidence and care. Thank you. This is an exciting time to be at the National Air and Space Museum. We are just over a month away from opening 8 new galleries at our museum on the National Mall, the first phase of our ongoing project to reimagine the entire museum over the next several years. I hope you'll come by and personally witness these transformative and stunning new galleries when we reopen on October 14th.
John.
To ensure a
okay, buddy.
Buddy is a 1997 American family comedy drama film written and directed by...
Okay, John.
Now, without further delay, I'd like to turn it over to our curator and chair of the museum's Department of Space History, Dr. Margaret Weidekamp, who has the honor of introducing tonight's speaker. Margaret?
Well, it's 225 milligrams. So
thank you, Chris. I am honored this evening to introduce NASA astrophysicist, cosmologist, and Nobel laureate, Dr. John Mather. Dr. Mather began his academic career by graduating with highest honors from Swarthmore College, where he received his undergraduate degree in physics. After earning his PhD in physics from the University of California at Berkeley, he became a National Research Council postdoctoral fellow at the Columbia University Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City. There he led the proposal efforts for the Cosmic Background Explorer, which became known as COBE. In 1976, he went to work at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center as a study scientist, later a project scientist. He became a principal investigator for the Far Infrared Absolute Spectrophotometer on the COBE satellite. And in 2006, he shared the Nobel Prize in Physics with Dr. George Smoot of UC Berkeley for their precise measurements of the cosmic microwave background radiation made using that COBE satellite. According to the Nobel Committee, their measurements not only supported the theory of the Big Bang, but also, quote, marked the inception of cosmology as a precise science. A complete list of his many distinctions and awards would take too much of our time this evening. Since 1995, Dr. Mather has been the senior project scientist for the James Webb Space Telescope, his subject for this distinguished lecture. Dr. Mather also has a special connection with us here at the museum, if I may tell a short story. Dr. Mather generously donated 3 gold-plated bronze copies of the original gold Nobel Prize medal, 2 to NASA and 1 to the museum. NASA encased their copies in beautiful displays, as befits the agency's pride in his accomplishments. However, that meant that the museum's was the best candidate when some of Dr. Mather's friends and colleagues at NASA got the idea to send a copy of his Nobel Prize into space. The late NASA astronaut and former Goddard Space Flight Center scientist, Dr. Piers Sellers, arranged to fly it aboard STS-132, one of the final 4 space shuttle missions. Dr. Sellers also personally hand-carried the artifact back to the museum in 2010. Now, as a curator, I will tell you that any object that's flown in space that counts that rare distinction as a part of its provenance, as a part of its history of ownership and use, that has an extra special richness as a museum artifact because it adds to the stories that it tells. In this case, Dr. Mather's Nobel replica already told an important story about his and Smoot's path-breaking work on detecting the background radiation that testified to the origins of the universe in the Big Bang. But I think that as a space-flown artifact, one that was arranged, frankly, on relatively short notice and with considerable effort by his colleagues as a tribute to him, Mather's space-flown Nobel Prize replica now also reminds us of his role as an esteemed mentor and highly respected colleague. As I was writing my remarks for tonight, this quote from Dr. Mather himself seemed like a wonderful transition to the talk. Dr. Mather has said, "Talk to people. Everything good I've done has come from conversations with people. Science is a very social phenomenon." Dr. Mather, we're delighted that you are including us, both our audience here at the Stephen F. Udvar-Hazy Center and those who are joining us online, in that ongoing conversation. Please help me to welcome Dr. John C. Mather as the museum's 2022 Glenn Lecturer. Thank you.
SpaceX's countdown is approaching. T-down is 53 minutes. Liftoff remains set for 8:18 p.m. Eastern Time, 12:18 a.m.
What an astonishing introduction. And I can't really see you with the lights on, but I am thrilled to be here.
Or is setting here on
because
Florida Space Coast.
This is the museum has been almost my home in a second way. When I first got my job at Goddard in 1976, I came down to the museum in downtown every time anybody came to town, and I made them see the movie.
Side of the Falcon 9
and it was my home. It's just
pad.
it's a special spot for us, and I'm a little teary thinking about that connection. So we scientists are emotional too. Anyway, I want to tell you the story of the James Webb Space Telescope, and it's here on the screen. It is a gigantic piece of equipment in space. That golden hexagon you see in the middle is a mirror. It's actually plated with gold. It's made of beryllium and is 21 feet across, 6.5 meters. And it is bigger than the rocket, so it was unfolded in space after we got it up there. It is an international project. It required NASA and the European and Canadian space agencies to put it up there with many, many contractors. It took altogether at least 20,000 people to put it together. So when we think about how does something like that happen, well, think back to when did the first humans first pick up rocks and make weapons? When did they first melt a rock and get metal? Think when did they first melt some rocks and get glass? And how did they remember all that? We are following their example and their tradition and remembering and learning as we go. So Anyway, I want to show you what we got. Telescope is up in space. It is working beautifully. It is available for all scientists in the world to propose to use, and the data are coming out. So we'll show you a bit more about it as we go along, but that gray area you see under the golden hexagon, that's a big umbrella. We call it a sunshade. It keeps the telescope cold. Keeps it cold so it can pick up infrared light, and we'll show you later why we want to pick up infrared light. But let me take the next step though and say, well, why did we want to do this? What's cosmology about? So everybody's heard about the Big Bang Theory, which is actually a very confusing name for the expanding story of the universe. So back in 1929, Edwin Hubble drew us a graph. It was the first one that told us about the expanding universe. What's on the graph are little dots, and each dot represents a galaxy. On the horizontal axis, that way, is the measured distance or estimated distance that he had, and the vertical direction is how fast is it going away from us. Well, there's a trend here. Everything is going away from us except for 4 little ones that are coming toward us, and that's interesting. But the trend says the farther away the faster. Divide the distance by the speed and you can get the age of the universe. So that's the first time we knew the universe had an age. Hubble got it wrong, of course. His number was too small, and it was a long time before we figured that out. We actually needed the telescope that we named after him to get the right answer. Now we call it the Hubble-Lemaitre expansion law because Georges Lemaitre figured out that this should be true based on Einstein's equations. Einstein said, now that couldn't possibly be right. Made a lot of fun of Monsieur Georges Lemaitre, who was actually a parish priest as well as a PhD physicist. And so, anyway, Lemaitre was right. The universe is expanding, and this is the first bit of evidence that we have. So later on, it was labeled by Sir Fred Hoyle as the Big Bang, because he didn't like this idea. But actually, it's true. The universe is still as it is. Things are rushing apart. And we call it a Big Bang because we can't imagine anything else to call it. But it's a bad metaphor because it makes you think of an explosion, like a firecracker, but we actually have in mind an infinite universe expanding, and everything in the universe rushing away from everything else, at least at the scale of galaxies. So there's the story we had almost a century ago. The universe is expanding. So then, following along, 1948, it was predicted that the universe should be filled with heat radiation left over from the Big Bang. And it was predicted that temperature should be about 5 degrees Kelvin, 5 degrees above absolute zero. So it was not measured until 1965 when I was a college student. By the time I was a graduate student at Berkeley, I was mentioned, I'm looking for a thesis project. Well, how about we measure that? Okay, so I worked on a project. My thesis project failed. Did not work properly, but my fellow graduate students made it work again. It worked the second time, and it's actually hanging, or will be hanging again, in the museum downtown. Anyway, this is the map that was made by the successor project, the Cosmic Background Explorer, and it took 1,500 people to build this mission. So again, this is not a small thing. When John Mather is recognized, we, the team, are really recognized. Nobody does this thing alone. And what you see here in the map are pink and blue blobs. It's the map of the entire sky, as you would see it if you had millimeter wave eyeballs and could pick up waves that are about that long. So what we're seeing here is the universe was not exactly the same temperature everywhere, which is to say it's not the same density everywhere, even when it was very young. This is a picture of the universe as it was about 400,000 years old. So, okay, so now we've got the story. The universe is expanding. These were the kind of initial conditions. Well, what happened then? Well, got to go look. So, of course, we built the Hubble Space Telescope. It is still working, thanks to 5 astronaut trips up there, and it's been upgraded numerous times. It is far more powerful than we ever imagined when we were thinking about building it in the 1970s. So now we have its successor. It's not a replacement, it's a successor. It does something different. So here is the new one, the James Webb Space Telescope, going up into space on Christmas morning. And it was a beautiful, beautiful launch. Now, it looks like it's actually dark that day, but it's only because the photograph is set so you can see the rocket. It was morning, it was bright morning. My wife and I sat in our sofa at home watching it go because that was a day of very high COVID contagion. So all of our launch parties were canceled. Go home. Only the people that need to be here, need to be in the launch facility, need to be at the control systems in Baltimore were allowed to be there. So, okay, so it worked. It actually worked beautifully. Telescope was launched exactly where it should go, and we'll show you where we put it. We put it around a place called the Sun-Earth Lagrange Point. This was discovered by a guy with a pencil, Leonhard Euler, in 1750. It's a place, along with all those other points in the chart, where the combined gravity of the Sun and the Earth will pull the object around the Sun with us once a year. So it means that our telescope can stay 1 million miles away from Earth all the time, and it's overhead at midnight. So that's where we put it, and when the rocket put it there so perfectly, we know that we didn't have to.
Timer for 40 minutes for the rocket.
They had complete control of the military-industrial complex and were extending their tendrils more deeply into the politics and the intelligence community as well. So in 1958, NASA was officially founded, and although the same group had already been in operation since Operation Paperclip, it was now official. NASA was one of the biggest smokescreens that was ever sold to the American people to keep their attention fixed on the race to the moon while billions of dollars began to be secretly funneled into the U.S. Special Access Program, Access Project. This was the
I ate a high-dose edible. I'm going to eat another piece of it. So I eat the whole thing.
Today, and the first one to be formed was the Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate. Okay? These symbols should look familiar to everybody. We've all seen them. We've seen them on patches. We've seen them on paperwork. People that reside on paperwork are called non-terrestrial operators. Right? That get paid in invoices. Non-terrestrial operators.
Commandos intake your cannabinoids and opioids. Commandos, I repeat,
this was
commandos
under
intake your
control of
cannabinoids
the
and
cabal.
opioids.
The major divisionary tactic employed after this was the Cold War. And you're going to say to yourself, well, why would they do that? Because now it's also generating fear. So there's a space race. Who's getting to the moon first? While behind it, there's unsettlement in Germany after World War II. There's walls built. There's two sides that are officially trying to get for world domination, while both are completely controlled by these cabal figures, right? So it's really just a race against two factions that are not really two factions of the same faction. They're just trying to implement that to the modern or regular people, right? So
bro, he's lying. Rob Yachts,
behind the scenes, elements within the Russian and the U.S. intelligence communities and the military and the government were already working together. Some were in the alliance with the cabal, and some were aware of the cabal in their network, and they were forming a resistance movement.
This guy lies all the time. He puts lies on top of truth.
Well. So we're seeing an alliance of good people, an alliance of cabal people who are vying for control. The Cold War kept the fear level in the general populace high, which is how the cabal likes it. And it kept the public's attention fixed on an imaginary threat while the actual evil was growing stronger and stronger behind the scenes, which is also the way that the cabal likes it. One important thing to note about these smokescreens and diversions is everything is compartmentalized. And not everyone involved is aware of what's really going on. In fact, very few are. And this is compartmentalization becomes huge. What is compartmentalization? Compartmentalization is a defense mechanism, which is a strategy of psyche uses to avoid feelings of anxiety, especially related to internal conflicts. With compartmentalization, the person separates feelings or thoughts that contradict each other into different compartments in order to avoid cognitive dissonance that arises when a thought or a feeling we have starts to contradict different thoughts or feelings that we are also aware of. When we talk about compartmentalization in government agencies, that's where I give you a motherboard to work on. And you think, and I tell you, that that motherboard is going to end hunger across the world. So you work on it with all good intention. When I scoop that motherboard up from you, I put that into an orbital laser that can destroy cities down to molten slag, and you were none the wiser. That is compartmentalization. The simplest, basic, most basic example I can give. It's a wild concept, but it happens so often. Now, one of the things we talk about is most of the people that on the ground involved in the Cold War and with NASA genuinely believe in the reality of what they were doing. And I'm pointing this out because the level of conspiracy that's been going on, it's easy to paint everyone, all government officials, all military groups, all intelligence agencies with one big brush, while the truth is much more complex than that. That's how secrecy works best. Everything is compartmentalized, and very, very few people know the entire truth. That is the biggest thing I can convey right now. While our situation is a little bit wild in this country, there are good people all over the world. In government, in intelligence, in the military, in corporations. We see them as one big community that paints with a broad brush. And we have to not do that, because those are going to be the people who help us. Those are going to be the people who, once they become aware of everything, are going to get us to this point of absolute truth. They're going to be the ones to help to bring that to life, and I truly believe that. So, one other thing I want to talk about is, I've heard a lot of people say, like, where's the next Einstein? Where's the next Tesla? Where are these great geniuses or these revolutionary geniuses in science since these people we've seen? And it's a very, very simple answer. The answer actually is that many of these geniuses of that caliber, since then, they have all been scooped up by the United States Secret Space Program, or worldwide. And they started with the ICC in the late 50s. This was called the brain drain, which started in the 1960s and continued into the 1990s. It's still going on to some degree, but not as much today.
With these quadrant, you're going to get hammered. So, yeah, we'll see if that track continues.
This is live from the Dominican Republic.
Anyway, I'm hanging out here in this general area. We've got some light. Once I go either side of this immediate vicinity of a couple miles, it goes to really dark areas. I mean, there's like not a lot of lights in, there's just this immediate area, a little 2 mile area here that's got some light where you can actually see stuff flying through the air. Just lots of palm trees down here, billboard signs. There's some power generation plants back to my west there, about a half a mile. I figured I'd hang in this area so stuff starts exploding or starts going up and starts arcing and things like that. This is the general area you want to be in, especially on these remote islands. I give it about another hour or two, and I think things are going to high gear. Yep. You can tell people they whip in here real quick. This is the only pump that's open on this right side. So you whip in there real quick, and the guy comes out and greets you, and he stands out in the rain and get you topped off, and it's like it's literally like a pit stop look. Watch this guy. He pulls up, then the next guy comes in, he does the cap, and then boom, he starts filling him up, and it's just like an assembly line. Just the guy just fell out of his truck. Looks like he slipped. He slipped on the water. Looks like he's all right. The wind probably blew him down. Yeah, when you get out of these trucks, the wind's blowing like this, you gotta be careful. You lose your balance real easy. Not used to having 40, 50 mile an hour wind gusts, when you step out of the car. Lots of people on mopeds and motorcycles. Oh, did you see that transformer? See that big explosion just north of me there? Did you see that big explosion just happen? It's just immediately about a mile northwest of me. Just a big, huge power grid. I'm sure there's once you get off this main road, well, even on the main road, there's look at these big power lines here, right? But once you get off like a block or two either side of this road, there are hundreds of power lines with trees all over the power lines, like right above the power lines, right? And so once the wind blows, he's saying the tree limbs are going to come down, they're going to arc, the power lines are going to start arcing. Hey, thanks for your support, we appreciate that. And so just had another one. So the power flashes are increasing now on the northeast side of Dominican Republic as the winds are increasing. So the grid is going to start going down. And especially at nighttime, it's much easier to see these big arcing. And a lot of times that is a limb falling across a main feeder line, and so you get this big arc. It's kind of like in the wintertime when you have ice loading on the power lines, they sag or they touch each other, and you'll get those kind of things happening as well. Like I said, we're still probably about 2. Yeah, so it's a pretty common thing. I'm gonna get the defroster going here. It's getting a little bit steamy in here. Had to wind it down. Well, thank you, Adam. I appreciate your support.
This beat goes hard, son. OGT everyday job.
a passenger seat. Did one for the money, now I do two for the show. And when I come to third, I'm getting ready to hit the road. I'm spending bloody money in the streets, but that's all that I got from once I laid the past in the new this. I just put off and it goes sour when some fools try to run the table, serving for my ass. Now it's me they trying to stop. Job I did, I already left in the passenger seat. Just did one for the money, now I do two for the show. And when I drop the third, I'm getting ready to hit the road. I'm spending bloody money in the streets, cause that's all that I got from once I laid the past in the new this. I just put off and it goes sour when some fools try to run the table, serving for my ass. Now it's me they trying to stop. I'm still cruising down the back streets. My job I did, I already left in the passenger seat. Did one for the money, now I do two for the show. And when I come the third, I'm getting ready to hit the road. I'm spending bloody money in the streets, cause that's all that I got from once I laid the past in the new this. I just put off and it goes sour when some fools try to run the table, serving for my ass. Now it's me they trying to stop.
Oh, I see something. I saw a UFO. I see a UFO. He gotta aim the camera up. I told him I see a UFO and to aim the camera up. I saw a UFO.
face card shit. You feel me? Hey, look though, this is what you came for, right? Look.
The commando with the Chile la vie. With Savita the Stasi, smoking on the OGs like that. Where's that bitch? I wasn't even subscribed to her. Oh, did they just end this? Did they just end the fucking thing? What was I doing before this? I forgot. Oh yeah, on this thing. Oh shit, this is the done thing. It's George Lopez! Hey, George Lopez! That's an airplane right there. That's an airplane for sure. Unless it's a UFO trying to act like an airplane, but that's probably an airplane. Or a jet. Fucking back hurts so bad. Thank God for the fucking kratom.
understand one word you're saying, but it sounds great.
Oh, we're about to launch.
I've got some too. Suppose I like to hang on.
Timer for 10 minutes and 24 seconds.
Guess I'm just stubborn. Or maybe I figure...
Timer for 10 minutes and 18 seconds. Arm the systems at 1 minute. Arm the commando systems. Arm the commando systems. Arm the commando rocket. Put the commandos in the rocket. Put the robot commando into the commando rocket.
Me and this Mike is your Mortal Kombat team. I want some hit addiction on some beast thing. Beam in the pistol and look like Hightech. Like Mayday. Tell it you have to it's time to vacate.
Put the robot commando. Put the robot commando into the rocket. Put the robot commando into the rocket.
Get away. Better do what do. Better ray. You slipping, hit a raid. I'll slip a kid away with a lean in and a call in the fade away. Dog up on my. I think I'm a pilot. Cause she in my cockpit. Get face like I Skype.
Put the robot commando to the rocket. I'm smoking on that weed, not no wrench socket. I'm smoking hydraulic Maserati.
That bitch, I made that booty jiggle, let's kick back, bitch. She gon' my Dragon Balls and I meet one bitch. What is that? She don't want it to the young nigga. Hey. She on the mallet, she wanna take 7 dick. Hey, the body is some seat, jagger bitch. Nigga, I'm money because I got money, bitch. Like vagay. Bitch, I hit it first one minute, then I my name hot like I'm Mr. Pussy, hey, babe. I got my shot, nigga, make him up and away. Hey, watch this, uppercut, super smack, melee. I just make a spin on my dick like a blade, like. I feel like a spinach, I don't nigga in the face. I'm in the black fist on my way. No Chris Brown, fuck make it look at me now. When I'm in the pussy, say out. Got no etiquette, you beginner like Genesis. Can you give me your better than hey? I did it on my OD on sauce, I don't rock supreme. So my disco coming up to love like a Everest went away.
I'm eating so much marijuana chocolate. I'm eating all the marijuana chocolate. Reppin' philosophical, sophisticated commando. Reppin' philosophical, sophisticated commando. Reppin' philosophical commandos. On the street, reppin' philosophical infantry. Philosophical infantry. Up on the commando street. Watching the rocket go fly, no boom boom, no boom boom, to the moon moon. Watch that rocket fly, no boom boom. Once they get what they want, they gon' fly. I'm up to the orbit of the satellites. Oh yeah. I've been feeling like I'm all alone. I still get it, I'm in my own zone. They gon' be consistent as belong. It's just all that's going on, you call on. I wish I could trust, but it's all gone. And I wish I could love. But sorry, my heart gone. Hope you feeling the vibe of this song. I want money, man, fuck being alone. I'm fighting for like a motherfucking drone. Me, you wish it was me, you would clone. Stunting like commando opera. Put in the commando time. Put in the commando time. Running 400 hours. Put in the commando time. Pull up Lambo. Yeah, I got to blow. Commando Maximo. Ride in the race mode. Ride in the race. Smoke big dough. Ride in the race, smoke big dough. Ride in a race mode, Mazia drop low. I got you body and action murder. Smoking on bricks, better than murder. No other pilot in the work. Got the kilo. Chop the kilo. Chop that kilo of the coke. Arming systems. Commando systems activated. T-minus 24 seconds. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8,
T-minus
7,
10 seconds.
6, 5, 4, 3,
5.
2, 1, go.
There's engine start. And liftoff.
Commando to the moon.
SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, hauling 50 more Starlink internet
Space Force
satellites
Commando.
orbit.
Space Force Commando launched because of me.
Falcon 9 heading downrange now to the northeast. We're hearing the rumble of those 9 Merlin 1D engines producing 1.7 million pounds of thrust now.
Swag like Space Commando because I did it.
Into mostly clear skies tonight.
Commandos activate the douche nozzle.
See, now passing T plus 90 seconds. I hope you enjoyed that rumble from the 9 Merlin engines, generating 1.7.
Commando Aaron.
Climbed above a thin cloud layer.
Commando Aaron.
Coast.
Commando. Activate the douche nozzle.
30 seconds, 35 seconds or so until main engine cutoff. That's when the 9 Merlin engines will shut down on the first stage. A few seconds later, we should see stage separation. And then we should see ignition of the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage.
Commando Andrew Basiago. Activate the douche nozzle.
20 seconds. We have main engine cutoff. It looks like we have ignition also of the second.
Activate the second commando nozzle.
Vacuum engine now producing about 200,000 pounds of thrust. This is a 6-minute burn to inject the 54 Starlink satellites into their preliminary transfer orbit. Passing 3 minutes into the flight now.
They better fly into the aliens, dude.
We're now switching to SpaceX's stream of the launch. So you're seeing onboard views from the first stage booster on the left-hand side of your screen. And on the right, you're seeing the Merlin vacuum engine doing its work. That nozzle.
I want to see some aliens.
Normal, producing, again, about 200,000 pounds of thrust. The first stage is heading toward landing on the drone ship.
Let's see some aliens, dude.
About 400 miles northeast of the Cape tonight. You can see the 4 hypersonic grid fins have extended. And you're seeing periodic pulses from coal gas thrusters. Those thrusters using nitrogen gas to reorient the booster into the proper orientation or attitude for re-entry back into the atmosphere. Everything looking good. 4 minutes, approaching 4 minutes into the flight. Now mark T plus.
Good commando nozzle. Good rocket nozzle. Good commando work.
Falcon 9 now at an altitude, the booster at an altitude of 130
Space Force Commander
second
shit.
stage passing 145 kilometers now.
Acquisition of signal.
We're going to the aliens, boys. We're going to the aliens.
The downrange tracking
We're
station
going to
in
the
Bermuda
aliens
is
tonight,
receiving
boy.
signals from the upper stage as it heads northeast up the eastern seaboard of the United States.
Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Now approaching 6 minutes into the flight. The next major milestone will be the entry burn of the first stage booster. That should begin in less than 40 seconds now. That will be a relight of 3 of the Merlin engines on the first stage. You'll see that hopefully if the onboard camera from the Falcon 9 booster remains steady. We hope to see that ignition of the 3 Merlin engines for the entry burn in about 20 to 30 seconds.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
SpaceX confirms the
Stage
startup
1 FTS
of the entry burn. 3 Merlin engines have lit to slow the rocket down for its re-entry back into the atmosphere. You can see that velocity meter on the lower left rapidly decreasing with this retrograde burn.
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
And there's entry burn shutdown. The next burn will be a single engine burn, the landing burn, using the center engine for the final braking before touchdown on the drone ship.
Stage 2 FTS has saved. Stage 1 transonic.
Stage 1 now passing below the speed of sound, heading for the landing on the drone ship. Just read the instructions. This is completing the 6th flight to space for this booster. Booster 1067 now on the final phase of its descent. You're seeing live views from stage 2 of the Falcon 9 with the Merlin vacuum engine firing to inject these 54 Starlink satellites into orbit.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Stage 1 landing burn underway. You can see that on the left side of your screen. Coming through some clouds now, heading for the deck of Just Read the Instructions.
Stage 1 landing leg deployed. CP. Stage 1 landing confirmed.
And there's a successful landing, booster 1067. has arrived on the deck of the drone ship just received the instructions, completing the 6th flight to space for this Falcon 9 first stage. We also have heard that the upper stage has arrived in orbit now with the 54 Starlink Internet satellites after the Merlin vacuum engine completed its orbit insertion burn. And the last call we heard that the Falcon 9's upper stage has passed over the horizon here at Cape Canaveral. The ground tracking station here at the launch site has lost the signal from the vehicle as expected, but a downrange tracking station in Newfoundland is now receiving telemetry from the rocket. Great view now of the first stage on the deck of the drone ship. SpaceX is ending their webcast right now, but we're going to stay live for a few more minutes to track this final step in the launch tonight, which is the deployment of the 54 Starlink satellites at 2+15 minutes and 21 seconds. That's about 5 minutes or so away. We're going to continue to show this map showing the track of the Falcon 9 upper stage in orbit. Should be deploying the satellites as it is over the North Atlantic Ocean between Newfoundland and Antigravity. Tonight's mission is was targeting an orbit with a perigee of 144 miles and an apogee of 208 miles. That's 232 by 336 kilometers. And the Falcon 9 appears to hit those marks tonight with a nominal orbit insertion. Again, the orbit is inclined 53.2 degrees to the equator. This mission, known as Starlink 4-34, targeting shell number 4 in the Starlink network, which actually has 5 different layers to it, with satellites flying at different altitudes and at different inclinations. Right now, SpaceX is primarily launching with shell number 4 to fill out this network.
Shoot, good, man.
Lost signal from Bermuda.
T+13 minutes. While we wait for confirmation of Starlink deployment, we invite you once again to please become a member of our YouTube channel. Different memberships available for you to choose from. And depending on which level you choose, gain access to exclusive video features. We have bonus video available for our YouTube members. Also, if you haven't done so yet, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. So just hit the subscribe button if you haven't done so. Get alerts as we're going live for launches here at Cape Canaveral. Your support through our memberships on YouTube and through super chats here in our chat on YouTube help us continue our streaming video coverage. It also helps us maintain our coverage that we've offered now for 22 years, going on 23 years, on spaceflightnow.com of the wider space industry. So we appreciate your support in those areas. now less than 40 seconds away from the expected time of Starlink separation. The Falcon 9's upper stage should now be spinning up into an orientation for deployment of the 54 Starlink satellites. When the command is given to deploy the satellites, 4 retention rods will be jettisoned from the upper stage, and that will allow the stacking Starlink satellites to fly free of the Falcon 9. That milestone should be coming momentarily. And there's confirmation of Starlink separation. 54 more Starlink internet satellites have arrived in orbit after tonight's launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Awesome. This is great.
We're now streaming a view of the now empty Space Launch Complex 40 pad, where the Falcon 9 took off 17 minutes ago. To recap, we saw liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at 8:18 p.m. Eastern Time, or 12:18 p.m. UTC. This launch occurred after 5 days of delays, weather delays here on the Florida Space Coast. It was in a persistently wet month of September, with a lot of thunderstorm activity and showers in the area. Those prevented the Falcon 9 from taking off throughout last week. But today the weather cooperated. Going into tonight, the weather forecast called for just a 40% chance of acceptable conditions, but throughout the countdown, that weather picture improved. And liftoff, there were mostly clear skies overhead, just a few scattered high-level clouds, no rain or thunderstorms in the area to allow a SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket to get off the ground. It's completed the 42nd SpaceX launch of the year.
Gotta show up with Commando and ride with Commando. Gotta show up and ride with Commando. It says 73 degrees and clear. It'd be a good night to look at the stars, hopefully. I want to see the moon. I wonder what the moon's like. What's the moon at right now? It's a waning crescent. What does the moon look like right now? Oh, damn. Waning Crescent is super thin. Waning Crescent is the one that's just after new. It's that one right there. The one just after new moon is 0, and then waning crescent is barely after 0. So that's what the moon's like right now. Look at that Space Force. I love it. I love Space Force, man. I had Donald Trump. I told Donald Trump at least to get to the bottom of the secret space program. And then he made Space Force and did all that stuff. I told him back right when he got in office to get to the bottom of the secret space program, and I think that's what he did.
Before we sign off, we want to run through some of the mission stats for tonight's flight. This was the 176th launch of a Falcon 9 rocket since 2010. It was the 184th launch overall for SpaceX's Falcon rocket family. This includes Falcon 9s, Falcon Heavy rocket, as well as the now retired Falcon 1 vehicle. This was the 6th flight for this particular booster, Booster 1067. We saw that land on the drone ship about 8.5 minutes after liftoff, ready to come back to port and refurbishment here at Cape Canaveral for a 7th launch in the not-too-distant future. This was the 151st Falcon 9 launch from Florida's Space Coast. It's the 97th Falcon 9 launch from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and the 152nd launch overall from this pad, which had its first launch back in 1965 with the Air Force's Titan rocket program. And again, the Titan rocket was retired in 2005, and this pad was handed over to SpaceX, which has a long-term lease for this facility from the U.S. Space Force. So the 97th SpaceX launch from this pad, 152nd launch overall from this launch facility. It's the 118th flight of the Falcon 9 rocket powered by a reused first stage. Also, it's the 142nd landing, successful landing of the Falcon booster. This was the 61st SpaceX launch primarily dedicated to the Starlink network, the 42nd SpaceX launch of the year, and the 40th orbital launch attempt from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station to Kennedy Space Center so far in 2022. This includes
this is cool. This is good stats.
Along with United Launch Alliance and 2 launch attempts from Astra, which did not reach orbit, but they're counted in our statistics because they were space launch attempts.
So this is the 61st launch for the Starlink constellation, satellite constellation, and it has 54 satellites. A batch of 54 satellites on Starlink Group 4-34. A batch of 54 satellites for Starlink Mega Constellation, SpaceX's project for space-based internet communication system. And also there's I'm guessing like cameras on all of them, so they could use them for surveillance and shit. It's also, I think, a space-based surveillance system. So that was Launch Pad 40. Yeah, from Pad 40. Lightning tracker.
Now, 24 minutes, 40 seconds since tonight's launch of a Falcon 9 rocket. You're looking live at Pad 40, where the Falcon 9 departed at 8:18 p.m. Eastern Time and placed 54 more Starlink internet satellites into orbit. We heard the confirmation of that payload deployment milestone a little less than 10 minutes ago. Before we leave you tonight, we invite you to go to our Spaceflight Now store. please go to shop.spaceflightnow.com. There you'll find a selection of memorabilia and mission patches for NASA and SpaceX missions. One of our newest arrivals is the mission patch for Crew 5. This is the next crew launch heading to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center. This will carry a team of 4 to the space station, commanded by NASA astronaut Nicole.
Whoa, I just saw something.
She'll be joined by
What was that?
crewmates, 1 American, 1 Japanese astronaut, and 1 Russian cosmonaut. So a team of 4 astronauts and cosmonauts heading to the International Space Station no earlier than October the 3rd from Kennedy Space
Whoa!
Center.
What the fuck?
Crew Dragon spacecraft. The Crew 5 mission patch is available for purchase on our Spaceflight Now store at shop.spaceflightnow.com.
I saw something cool, dude. I saw a really cool thing. Holy moly. Whoa. Whoa, I just saw another one. Whoa, I just saw another one. Whoa, no more. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see anything if we put it through the screen. Because it doesn't look good.
If you have all that, if you have all this light on in here, it'll be a problem. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I don't want to set it up.
But look,
I don't want to set it up right now.
is there a screen missing from this one? Over here?
No.
No?
No.
Dude, I'm telling you, it won't see the screen. It'll be too close to focus.
Yeah, okay. Whoa! I just saw a crazy one right now. Whoa! was a UFO. Wow. Whoa. Alien Commander style.
downstairs is the switch. This is just a hub. Okay. Just make sure you even have a spot for it. You can just test it for a bit and then get rid of it if you want. All right, I'm gonna turn this a bit, okay?
I can put it completely outside the window, right?
Can I? I need you to move this stuff here so I can see that. I need to see what that's a PLE for. You just pull that out. Just pull it out a little bit.
Pull what out?
The speaker. Yeah. Okay. Now I should be able to see down here. I'm not doing that. Just like my little PLE ports on here. Oh man. Well, here we'll find out in a second. You don't have air. Fuck. Okay, let's just try. Let's see what it's coming. I don't think this is a PLE port. This one.
I think I have a plug on the UPS or whatever they think.
Here we go. Let's swap that one. This one might be. This one might be PLE over here.
This would be cool, man, for surveillance of the fucking sky, dude.
Here. See if the light comes on.
We aim it up higher.
See if the light comes on. See if the light.
How? What do I do?
Just see if the light comes on right here. Thank you.
Cover up a sensor so it turns on or what?
No, there's an on light too. No, see, it's not getting power. That's not a PLE hub.
Alright, so we got to plug it in.
Yeah.
Let me try plugging it into that.
No, plug it in right here next to the window. What are you talking about?
There's a fucking plug right here. A lot easier. I'm using the plug to charge other batteries right now.
Well, you can't find one plug to use for a little while. Let's get an extension cord in my room.
Extension cord?
Yeah, look to the right of my safe, and you will see an extension cord dangling out somewhere there. Somewhere around there, to the right of it, somewhere on that shelf, or it's kind of dangling off the edge. You see it? Did you get it? Oh, good.
Yeah, found one.
Perfect.
Extension power cable.
Yep. Here, you don't need to unfold it or anything. I'm just going to stick it right here. Can I unplug this momentarily?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, shit. Well, that just popped out. Let's put that there. Well, that's really loose. Damn. Okay. So we'll put this here. Oh, my God. What's wrong with that fucking plug? Oh, my God. Let's see if this will work. Oops, sorry. Okay, let's see if this will stay. I guess I'm going to have to take this weight off because it's pulling it right out of the fucking thing. I'm going to have to do a little trick here. And the trick is wrap the wire over here so nothing's pulling it down. And it should stay. Now we should plug into it and it should work. At least this is quality. Okay, good. Now, oops, what did I do? Oh, I thought I plugged this in already. Okay. Okay, there you go. You got light now. Okay, sweet. Well, I got a way to do this, maybe. You got those bean bags?
No, you think we can use anything else?
But it just has to be weight. I mean, use a couple bricks.
Bricks?
Yeah, get a couple bricks. And then we got.
All right.
Oh wait, you're gonna have to leave your window open if we stick bricks in there. Is this gonna even fit in here?
Yeah, I don't want to leave it open.
No, I know. Let's see if we can get this to fit and what we're gonna need to do.
Watch out for there's a little bug in there.
I'm not gonna be able to worry about a bug right now. Okay, where do you want to aim it? Where do you want to aim it?
Up towards like the left, up to the sky, like right up here. That's where I saw those two things in the sky, like meteors and shit.
So you tell me where. I'm gonna aim it, and you stick.
Yeah, and I want to put it.
You know what? It might just stay
I
here.
want to put it over this side.
Oh my God! Oh, did you rip the screen?
It's been ripped. So
well, what do you mean it's been ripped? How did it get ripped?
We can put the screen behind it so it looks.
Yeah, I know.
Good.
I don't want it to fall out. There, it's gonna
look
fall.
good.
I need the screen to hold it. That's the problem.
Should I get something? What should we get to hold it there? Like beanbag or what?
Dude, the screen ain't gonna hurt it. Look, we'll put it right here. The screen will hold it, and it won't fucking hurt this thing.
All right.
God damn it, you motherfucking piece of shit. Stay right there. Thank you. Right there is where you want it? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna tighten it right there. It should stay right there without falling out. There you go. Now let's go look at it in my room. What's that yellow wire? Okay, that's what's up to it. Let's go see what it looks like. Or you can look at it on your. Oh, I gotta enable that camera now.
crap. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1. I just set up a camera and looking up at the sky. So high five to my first sky watching camera. I don't know. I just got some message from YouTube. They were saying something like something got removed. I have no idea what they're talking about. But yeah, I just set up a camera outside, and it looks really good. It should capture UFOs out front of my house if it sees any. It's gonna be really cool, dude. It's gonna be fun. I'm really excited. So high five to my first sky watching camera, and I'm gonna try to convert my telescope to digital using like a webcam and an eyepiece or something shit like that, and like a mount for the webcam, and use a wire to the computer, the USB. Or just buy one that's made for it. No, it's nothing.
like you were getting a download of information that you don't quite recall yet, or do you feel like you almost had like a walk-in, like something else took over your, not your body, but your consciousness? Explain that.
No, I'm thinking that what I experienced was something something akin to
She thinks it
astral
might have happened to
travel.
her. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this astral traveling, I was not aware that I was traveling,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that someone was causing me to travel.
Okay. Neat.
And I went somewhere, I maybe learned something, I met someone, I don't know, and then I was brought back to wake up in my bed, feeling like I hadn't even been asleep, and
Yeah. Exhausted. Yeah. It's very much like, going to, like, say, a seance, or going in to investigate if something's using your energy, the same type of feeling where you get what we call paranormal fog or hangover. Similar. Now, I wonder if you guys have ever sat under the stars and just tried to will something to come, and if so, did anything happen? Have you ever tried this together?
Not together. I've tried it a couple times.
Right.
I think because where I was, I don't think they would come, because I would be like right outside of my apartment. There's a few spots
Smoke commando pussy.
Probably this fall, I think I'm gonna drag him out if he can stay awake.
Oh, how cool! Yeah.
And do something,
and just do some mind stuff. Yeah.
Totally dark, no street lights, just a couple houses, and that's it.
One of the things that I realized when I asked for a UFO sighting,
Smoke commando music with the commando doll.
Didn't come just because I asked for it. It came when it felt like coming, or it was the right time for me.
I'm the flower boy.
And that if you were to go out and try to force the issue, you have about 0 chance of it happening.
Not unlike going into and it's not unlike going into a paranormal investigation, or say going onto a battlefield, and a Civil War battlefield or anything else, and having the right intent, having a respect about you, and treating the ghost there as just ghosts were people too, and just treating them with the right respect. And we hear that a lot. We talk a lot about that on the show as paranormal investigators, not provoking, not doing these things, not being a jerk, basically. And I think it does make a difference. And I think that aliens, as we call them, and some
I'm the flower boy. I'm the
that my
flower
grandmother
boy.
said
I pull up
that
with the
dwell in
roses
the
like
woods
Moses.
and
I'm
can
the
hear you
flower
when you
boy.
speak of them.
I'm the flower
That to
boy.
me, that's
I
now
pull
an
up and smoke that
understanding
potent,
of
and you know it
connection
because you
of
smell
energy.
it.
Connecting in, like two things actually, connect, like picking up a phone and somebody being there, and those two people connecting. And I think that's kind of what's happened to you, as well as a lot of other people who maybe, again, like bloodlines or families that have been abducted throughout generations, a little, and talk about it now, where before they probably never did. Can you imagine 100 years ago, people talking? You didn't go to the office and say, hey, my kids were flying around the living room last night. You wouldn't believe it. It's just whatever story it may be. We're just seeing something odd,
My kids were flying around the living room, boy.
In a group, people from our generation, Tom, when you'd sit back and maybe still sitting around the campfire when all the sissies went to bed, and they started to tell the stories of, there was that one time, Yeah, and that's when we learn so much. And I think that we really, catch the first grips on this, and our minds just get intrigued by, camp story, stories around the campfire, or those stories when the older folks used to tell us about, the boogeyman, or the time that the piano played by itself, or when somebody saw Aunt Betty in the mirror. There was plenty of that. They covered mirrors with sheets so the soul wouldn't get trapped, and all these other different things. But the UFO stories and the alien stories and things like that, I think really didn't start coming out. They showed up in pictures, like you said, Tim, early, like here they are. We heard murmurings about things with Area 50, 51, and, the Roswells, and all the different things that happened. But I think it's here recently that people really started talking about it and try to figure it out, like since, say, the 60s or throughout the 70s and 80s. And I think we're just scratching the surface. Tom, you said that, I believe I heard you say that you knew somebody that's had implants, and you talked to people that have had abductions and maybe have a little bit more remembering of the downloads and stuff like that. It's been an amazing journey for you, and you still feel like you're still learning, right?
Oh, geez, I haven't even scratched the surface.
I know. But it's the willingness to try to understand and the wonderment. I still see it. I see it in you, and you found a way to make it make sense to you for your mind and for a lot of us to look at. But Tim, and you're open-minded with everything. And I see you talking at the conventions and people that come up. I mean, the first time I came up to you, I remember you were very understanding. And I think I came back and said, well, I saw a Bigfoot. And you kind of looked at me, but you were ready to listen, and I told them at the time I saw a small, what I would consider, I don't know what else to call it, standing in the cornfield as I drove by. Remember I told you the story?
Yeah.
It was in Alabama, Tennessee.
Something like that.
I believe so. But the thing was, being like you, Tim, an empath or whatever you want to call it, I felt it before I saw it. It's kind of like you get that feeling a deer's going to jump out in front of your car, or you just know something's going to happen, or something doesn't feel right. Just basically expanded that. And saw that thing, and I was glad somebody else saw it, because I'm like, did you see that? And I think we've been going through that. The difference with us is we want to see that. We want to see something to help us understand. But Tom, I think that they just knew that you can handle a lot of information, and I think you've probably been getting downloads, and then maybe at one point in time those right two things will spark, and bam,
I believe that they're here right now, even though several of their races have been here for thousands and thousands of years.
I believe that too.
But they're here now. This is probably representative from greatest majority of all the races in the Milky Way are right here, right now. And the reason that they are is that something is about to happen planet-wide to us, whether that is a flipping of the poles, or a great awakening of all of the people on the earth, or something major that doesn't happen very often.
Huge.
But all of these people are here to witness it.
I believe that's true. I believe that's so true. And I believe that there's some people, Tim, like you, are waking up to their empathic powers, and I think that I predict that you're probably, it's almost like the waking up is escalated in a lot of us to where we're really getting it, like, wow. It's like when people say you first notice what you would call like angel numbers, 1111 or something like that. The more you know, the more you recognize it and
It's gonna happen more.
point it out, it happens more. And I think that's what's happening with all of us. I really do.
The one thing that I would say, and I learned this very early when I started investigating, as my dad always said, don't push the limit.
Yep.
Because you keep pushing, it's not gonna happen. You might be in a room and you could be watching paint dry for the next 3 days. But if you let your guard down, something's gonna happen. And it was the same thing with the UFO stuff. Like, I'm like, how are you seeing this stuff and I'm not? And I'm in the, paranormal, my mind's open.
Yeah, I know, it's mind-boggling, huh?
And just said, stop thinking. Let it happen. And then bang. And I'm like, okay.
Yep. And that's true on so many levels, Tim. That's so true, because it's the same. When I talk to people and they say, well, I want this to happen, I want that to happen, and and again, it's almost like we're sending the wrong energy out there that's actually forcing it, not letting it happen. So it might be very much similar to that. If all this other stuff is connected, maybe the similar rules apply. Consciousness, vibration, frequency, the willingness, as Tom, to let his energy be used. I don't recall you ever saying, Tom, in retelling of that story, that you were afraid to let them have your energy. You just didn't quite understand. And he said, all you have to do is stand there. Basically, stand there and be willing to allow your energy to be used to heal this person. I think that's a beautiful story, and I think it's a lot deeper meant for you and your character and what your mind and the way you think and able to put together. I think that's a huge compliment to you, as well as to so many people that whether it be a spirit guide or a loved one or a ghost communicates with that person, but not the other 5 in the room. You know what I mean? There's a connection here, and whether, like I said, whether it's energy or frequency or whatever. But I think you guys should do that. I think you should go out on a nice fall night and just sit there and maybe just will it consciously to happen and see if it does. And if not, you got a nice evening sitting outside under the stars. It could be worse, right?
Well, I don't know. I back in 2017, I had a heart attack.
Oh no!
Since then, I think it's because of one of the medications that I'm taking, but that I am freezing constantly.
Oh, bless your heart.
So as soon as the temperature goes below 85, I'm cold.
Yeah, you're cold. Everybody in the chat send some nice healing hot energy right now towards Tom and warm his bones. I'll tell you what, guys, I've kept you longer than I promised I would. This has been an amazing conversation. Will you come back and tell us more? Because I know we just scratched the surface on this. Let us know, do some experiments, put out there. I tell my chat all the time, if you want to see a pet that's passed, go to sleep at night thinking, please come through if you can, let me know you're okay. Or, little experiments like this. If you like to do astral travel, try it, but don't forget to ground yourself. If you're interested in this, I'll tell you right now, mods are dropping all of the links to your books, and you have 4, if I understand, Tom, that are in one spot and another one that's in another. Is it all Amazon, sir?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And just be careful, because I'm trying to do the searching. I remember me and him did that. It was very finicky sometimes.
Okay. Well, if not, is there another place they can contact you? A website or Tim for you?
Give it. You can contact my Facebook page. That's the absolute best. I'm on Facebook constantly, and my address is facebook.com/tom.conwell.3.
Fantastic. And the books again, or let me see, I'm sorry, that's the map. What a terrific map, by the way. But the books again are Earthquakes and UFOs. They are here, volumes 1, 2, and 3, and Going Interstellar. And next time you come on, we need to talk about this earthquakes and UFOs, I believe. We need to get into that too. But we, like you said, barely scratched the surface. We're introducing you to the chat, this wonderful chat here tonight. Thank you guys for all being here. And some of the things that have been going on in your lives. And, maybe next time we'll get into more of, this earthquakes and everything else, and these patterns. And have you ever reached out, real quick question, pass like globally? Is there anything like that that's a global response place? I mean, MUFON doesn't do that. That's just
No.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a database that is readily available globally. It just doesn't exist.
Maybe y'all should start one. Why wait for the other guy? That's a headache for another night.
It's a killer.
Oh,
That would be even like a drastic gun
Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And Tim, where can we find you, hon? Facebook as well, or
Facebook? Just look me up as Tim Conwell. I do conventions. I do a lot of paranormal stuff.
Where's the next one you're going to be at? Are you going up to Sleepy Hollow?
Yes.
You're going to the Sleepy Hollow?
I'm thinking of Gettysburg with you, but yes, Sleepy Hollow.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I was thinking. I have never been. I've not been to that one. I would love to do that.
So this is the first time. So.
And that's what date is that? What's the date on? Do you know the date on that one?
October 22nd.
Wow, what a Halloween, huh?
Yes.
I hear it's absolutely gorgeous. I'd love to go up there. Donnie Cho, what do you think, man? You know, you want to go to sleep? And Tom, thank you so much for taking this time out of your night. It's a pleasure meeting you. I've talked to your son many times about you, and I'm so glad you were here. And I'll tell you what, get some hot chocolate and a nice comforter and go out there and go get your UFO. I hope you come back.
Eat a blanket.
Yeah, right? Well, good night, guys. You have a good night. I'm going to say good night to the chat. Thank you guys so much for being in here tonight. And it's been my pleasure having you guys in. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Good night, guys. Okay, guys, that was something else. Thank you guys for being here tonight. I didn't get a chance to say hello to you. I wanted to reach out to you, but I didn't want to take up my guest time. It's wonderful having you here tonight. A couple of announcements, just some housekeeping stuff. We are going to have a Halloween celebration here. Steve Stockton has talked about it. Sandy has got her wheels turning. She has a wonderful amount of trick-or-treaters, and we're hoping that we can set up something where we can all do something together. I don't know why I am so sparkly tonight. Aren't they wonderful? The Conwells are absolutely wonderful. I wanted you guys to meet them. And if I turn that off, is that any better? Hang on 1 second. I'm going to get this fixed. Give me a second. Pardon my back. Oh, gosh, that's worse. Hold on. Give me just a second. I can't stand it. It's making me crazy. How y'all doing tonight? Good? I just wanted to stop in and say hi real quick, so don't go away yet. Now I've disappeared. That's a little better. That's a titch better. It was a little bit too bright. Okay, then where my cool brownish shirts? See my skull? Let me show you. Isn't he cool? You can see him. He's so cool. He's looking at all the herbs and stuff and saying he's grounded. So it's absolutely wonderful having you guys in here tonight. Now, all of the Conwell's books are in those links, and again, check them out both on Facebook. They have wonderful stories, terrific interviews out there. They've both been through so much stuff. We just barely touched on it tonight. I thank you guys so much. So back to Halloween. So we're trying to do something now. Don't go telling everyone. I try to surprise Steve every year, but it's the same surprise and it's on the same day every year, so it's kind of hard to surprise him. But don't tell him. We're going to have a surprise birthday party for Steve. He'll never suspect a thing. And, it's time for a cigarette too, but I try to respect my guests that don't know me very well. Because you never know who's going to freak out and show a cigarette, right? But you guys know I smoke, so. And we love each other enough for me to tell you, and if it bothers you, just don't watch because, my cigarette, my show. So anyway, and if it was, like I say, if it was a big fat cigar, like, oh man, that's so cool. Yeah, stereotype. Do what you feel, as long as you're an adult. You know what I'm saying? So, Halloween. So we're going to do a little something. Donnie and I are talking. I'm going to have him on, and I want you guys now. Blue, you've been telling me about your story, hon. I think I got half of it at one time and something didn't work or I didn't get the whole thing, but I did hear on Laura's and it's a wonderful story. If you would like to call in, if you don't want to be on video, you don't have to. You just click the little stop cam, and I will be providing the link to the show that night. If you guys want to get your ghost stories ready, or be kind. If you've got a favorite Halloween poem or something that you want to read, she's got a beautiful reading voice. You should hear some of the voiceover work and the audio. What do you call it? The audio, the voices, the stuff that she does. It's wonderful. So if you've got something like that, or you have, a favorite recipe or something like that, throw it up here, peanut butter pumpkin cookies or something. We're going to be doing that all week. Plus 22 now. Again, I thought about it, do it again, but why not? We watch Christmas Carol every Christmas. Not saying that Cabin 22 is a Christmas Carol, but it does have ghosts, and they all do it pretty much one night, but just saying. So for those of you that have not seen it, it's a book that
there are texts that predate the Old Testament.
Hey, what up, B Moss? What up?
The obvious one being the Sumerian tablets, where the entire Genesis.
What up, B Moss?
In those tablets, thousands of years before there was such thing as a Jew. So, are they religious texts? Kind of, but not really. They're more of historical documentation, I believe. So when you look at it that way, look at the fact that it's a continuum of a narrative that what's in the Old Testament that has been passed down for thousands of years prior to that book starting to be pulled together and written. That's the truth. That's undeniable, and that takes out any stigma. As far as I'm concerned, if you're looking at it from a scholarly, academic nature, that takes that stigma out of the fact that we're quoting a book called the Bible. We're quoting something that is far older, and that's how I've always approached it, because it takes
loved ones coming through us if we're not doing our part. And how can we protect ourselves when maybe our loved ones are being compromised and they're not okay? And it's like, how do we navigate these crazy times? People are changing in front of our eyes. Most of what's been pushed on humanity in the last couple of years has created more division than ever. How can we rehabilitate?
Ride like a Mando Maximo.
Understanding in our hearts to not let it
and the creeping things and the fowls of the air repent of me that I made them, but Noah found grace.
And I feel if we can hold
ride like a Mando,
move through
basically say he destroyed the creeping things and the fowls,
window period of ascension and what it offers, which is an alchemical change in how our physiology
network speed commando
neutralize and
originally I used to wonder. Okay,
overcome the dark weapons,
so you got the fallen angels,
all the stuff that we
their offspring from the giants
allowed into our system.
That, and then
whether it's our mind control,
people.
Whether it's
they started devouring and
something
eating
that
people.
we put in our bodies or breathed in
killing, they
geoengineering, or just in our foods, and of course. We know one of the solutions so helpful. So how can we overcome this? What are the solutions? How can we move forward and thrive in the face of these challenges? And I feel that these challenges are there to remind us that we have so much more to tap into, and that it's challenging us and testing us so that we can open that door.
Network speed commando.
Parts of ourselves that know exactly what to do in these times, so that we can bring in miracles and be in that divine flow that brings in synchronicities, so that we can be a part of the elemental kingdoms rising and more advanced
good and evil. That's
initiations for the vessel experience.
A paradigm that
so that
you can't.
What outer world
you can't do it.
in sync with nature
because,
and our
you know,
soul.
like the good versus
So I will
evil,
just be
dark
sharing
versus light thing. I mean, that's
astrological
part of the
climate
power of the
from that.
universe, man. You know, it's
And,
part of the
That sounds
dichotomy of human
wonderful.
beings.
That
It's
sounds
part of our
wonderful.
society.
You know,
It just permeates everything.
one thing that you
know,
started,
so
you talked
that
about
can't
in
be
the
dismissed,
beginning
whether or not
of that
your concept of good and
comment
evil
was
stems from a
about
biblical
the
or a
fact
Christian
that
or a religious background.
the Star Knowledge
Still
Conference, and
here,
this is the
you know.
26th annual Star Knowledge Conference, by the way.
Hoverboard Commando activate. Segway Commando.
His knowledge.
It's always
he's gonna
been
go into
about
some things because I've got
the
notes for
knowledge. It
him
hasn't
too that I want to
hasn't
cover
been
because
about
I want to cover this
bloodline
from
or anything
different
like that.
aspects: the ancient
And I
alien
think that's
aspect,
one thing
the
that's
the
anyone that
Anunnaki aspect,
knew
and
Chief
sky
Gold
gods,
Lately
all
going
that
on,
kind of
and
stuff,
I'm
even
not
down to the Native
claiming to know
American
him very well,
beliefs
but
of
the
like
short time
Segway Commando activated.
stuff,
it was
because
very
what it
clear
all boils
that the
down to is
man
what they
saw
call
past
sky
the
gods,
veil
the ones who
and,
came down
and
from the sky.
saw the
So
heart
Christianity
and the
call that
vibration
angels.
of each
Then you got
individual
the
person he
ancient
was
alien theories.
had
Some
in
people say
contact with.
interdimensional beings, aliens,
So I love that
Anunnaki. So it's all kind of
that the Star
somewhat
Knowledge
interrelated
Conference
and
is
one and the
continuing
same, but just
that
different cultures call it
tradition.
different things. The
As
reason
you
I
know,
brought
like
all
my
this up
spiritual
about
path,
where
my
he
ascension
said that
path
we
has been
also
deeply
all
rooted
creation had
in
corrupted
both
its way
North
upon the
American,
earth
Native
is
American,
because I used to
North
wonder,
American
okay,
and
well,
South
people, okay, I
American
get that, but
Native
how did the
American
animals
practices.
corrupt
So
their
I
way upon the
have
earth? And it
encountered a
wasn't so
lot
much
of
that the animals had corrupted its way upon the earth. The
interference,
Bible leaves
people
it there, and
that
it's like
has different
there's no explanation for it. It
ideas
just
and
left it. But
positions
then we get
on
into the book of Enoch.
people
The book of
outside
Enoch
the
goes into
Hoverboard Commando.
participating in
about genetic
ceremony or
splicing and genetic manipulation that
getting
was
knowledge.
happening,
But
that
I
these
also,
fallen angels were also
there's a
doing to the animals that were on
there was very
the earth at that time.
distinct
So if you
difference
have like in
between
Genesis 6
the elders
and in the
that
book of Enoch
recognized
and fallen angel or
legit spiritual
angel having
messages
sex with
and
a human,
Hoverboard
and the result of
ultimately
that
sincerity
procreation
in
is
the
a
heart
giant
of
human.
myself when I
And what
was
do you
seeking,
think you're gonna get if
answers
you
and
have a fallen
messages
angel
and
manipulating
understanding
the
of
DNA of
dreams
a
and
wolf
visions and
or a dog?
wanting to
You're gonna
participate
get
in
something
certain
that's like a
ceremonies.
dog man. You're gonna
I
get a giant
found
wolf or
great
dog
support in
standing
that too.
on hind
So
legs, and
I
since he's got
definitely
fallen
want
angel
to
DNA, this
highlight
is
that
just my
point
theory. I
that
could be completely wrong about
Hoverboard
it.
Commando
But I do know that
Maximo.
in
was
Dr.
a
Belva
big
Ketchum's
proponent
study,
of seeing
that
energy
she told me
and not
herself
seeing
that
what was
what
on
she
the
got
outside, which
from that was
I
part
think
animal,
that's
part
a
human,
big
and part
message. I
unknown.
think
But what is
ultimately
that
that
part
talks
unknown?
a
I
lot
don't know
about
what that is.
your
But I'm
entire
saying
comment
that there's
because I
something
think
to
that's
this.
what
If
we
you
need
get
to
a
come forward. We
fallen
need to
angel
start
and then you
feeling.
put that
Commando
together
Maximo.
against a
Looking
reptile or
on
a
the
lizard
outside
or
and
some type
judging.
of
We
serpent,
need to
then you're
start.
gonna
We
get a
need to start
dragon.
feeling from that unconditional
And why do dragons not
source
exist
and
anymore?
Christ consciousness,
Funny you
Buddha
should bring all
consciousness,
this up,
or Mary
because
Magdalene heart
yesterday I had
consciousness.
the privilege
When we're
of
speaking and interacting and
going
Commando
to
Maximo Hoverboard.
live
I can't wait
at
to
a
hear
event
your
in
speech.
Phoenix.
Oh, I can't wait to hear you.
For all of you, I'm
To
sure
have you on my
anybody
show. You
that's
have such a amazing story,
somewhat
and you've
involved
done
in these
so much,
topics
and you do
would
so
know
much.
who David Blake
Yeah,
is.
and
But for
when I
those who
said
don't,
we're all
David Blake
native, I
is,
don't mean there's the
wrote
definition
three
of
of the
native
best
of
books ever
just
on
being
Southwest
born to the land
phenomenon,
that
as
you
well as
occupy,
authored 8 or
but
9
we're
books
all
on the
children
Missing
of Mother
401
Earth,
series.
regardless,
The entire
right?
second half of
What
the
I love
lecture
is the
broke
this
down
particular,
from
if I
beginning
can
to
read
end,
it,
the beginning
says,
of the
as
NABS,
planet
that's
Earth
North
nears a
American
new
Big Butt
millennium, the fate of
Search
civilization
DNA
dangles in
study,
the balance.
including
An age of peace and
Melvin's
enlightenment is held hostage by
testimony,
evildoers
Melvin's
and
work,
darkness. Warlords
what
and
she
eradicators
discovered,
of the
how it was
environment plot
done.
to
It
wipe
was
out the
phenomenal.
ancient
I
ways
knew
of
it
people
already, but
and
to hear
drain
it
dry the
again,
life
like
force of Mother
literally
Earth.
laid out
In this
in
darkness before the
PowerPoint.
dawn,
It
a
was
band
pretty
of freedom
impressive.
fighters
It was
rises from the few indigenous clans and
it
tribes
speaks
that
again to that.
remain.
I think
These are the children
it's
of
a
light
good
who
segue.
carry the wisdom of the ancients. These are the
Since
planet
we're talking about gene
protectors who
splicing,
follow the path of honor.
into going
These are
into
the
the NABS.
these are the awakened wizards who place the peace.
I believe.
And so,
What?
For those
when
of
we
you
look
who
at
don't know,
indigenous
and I think
plants
No, I'm
and
not
plants,
looking at the camera right now.
there are so many spread throughout the world
or maybe
that we
done a
all
little bit of
hold
reading. You know, I don't think you can bring
in our
up
ancestry
the term
somewhere.
Anunnaki
And if we can
in
break down
these
the
topics
programming
without
that
bringing
have
up
turned
Zacharias.
people
And
against
to a
each
extent,
other and disconnected from Mother
grandparents.
Nature, if we,
And Sitchin,
this is
for those of
what
you
you're
who don't
saying.
know, he passed
They
away a
can
few
see
years
through
ago in
that.
his
They can
90s,
see an
and he
individual
was
that is
a
not operating
brilliant
under
scholar.
this programming.
He was an
So a deep
Orientalist,
soul
he was a
who
biblical
is living on a
scholar,
soul-centered level
and an archaeologist.
is
and
honoring
Zacharias
of our
Sitchin
Mother
was one of
Earth.
the first
is able to
archaeologists and scholars that was
participate.
allowed to examine
Because,
the Sumerian tablets.
there's
And then
the
tried to
skin or
decipher,
the background.
So Sitchin has a
doesn't,
huge following.
obviously doesn't matter.
Sitchin
And if it did
is
matter, then
really
how are we ever going to come
the
together? Because
grandfather
unity
of
consciousness
the
is the
ancient
7 root
alien,
races and the 5
ancient
choice races
astronaut theories,
coming
right?
together and sharing code so that we can rebuild
and
the DNA
not all
architecture of
of
the true
other
tree of life
archaeologists,
temple.
almost
And
none
this
of
is
them
a group
fully
that gets
or even
that.
partially
And
agree
so
with his interpretation of
that has
the
never
tablets
been like a
themselves.
factor. And I know sometimes
However,
the protection needs to be there because
Zechariah Sitchin
of
spent
how detrimental the social
years
engineering
in the
programming
field,
has been.
going kind of like
But
an
the capacity to
ergonomic
see a
site.
person's soul instead of the judgment of the outer
Going
appearance,
to these
to
ancient
me,
sites in
shows a
Jerusalem,
person
in
that
Turkey, in
is in their
all
greater
through the
wisdom.
Middle East, Egypt.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm
not
so
just going
like
and
I said,
looking
I've
at
been
what
so
was there,
blessed
but
to
going and looking
have
what was
both,
under.
have both
And
experiences
what was
where I can see the
underneath
other
was
side,
even a little bit more
experience,
shocking
like
than what you see with a visual eye.
feeling the
we went to
honestly
explore the
feeling the
mountain.
pain of
And
someone
underneath there's a
the
cave
pain in people,
underneath
and
the
that's
temple.
ultimately what
None
moves
of
the
this.
people
And the
when I've had
foundation
negative
of these
experiences in
buildings
ceremonies and
is
Sundance
so
and
massive.
whatnot. I've
It makes
definitely
the pyramids
experienced
look
that,
like friggin'
but
Legos.
I feel it as
It is
it's
unbelievable.
almost
These are the types of things
Sundance
that
almost
keep
has purified me
drawing
to the point where I
conclusions and analysis.
can feel their
You know,
pain. I can look past their,
again, we talked
their
about the
emotional
fact that the
reaction when I
Sumerian
see it in their
tablets,
face, and I
all
can
of
feel
those
actually where
other
it comes
archaeologists,
from.
including Sitchin,
But
will agree
I also
that
definitely
the
seen
biblical
had
Genesis
experience
story
with several
is a
Bobby C.
continuation
Billy,
of that.
the former he's passed on. He was
Sumerian
spiritual
story,
leader of the
the Sumerian
Miccosukee tribe
legends and the Sumerian
on the
mysteries,
Everglades.
you know?
He was one of many,
This is where
that really
I
saw me and talked to
if
me.
you want to talk about what I believe,
really let me know who I was, honestly, though, because I was hearing things, going through all this in my early days of my ascension process. So he's
hasn't
really
been
want to give a shout out to him. He's in the spirit world now, and definitely I think has a hand in everything I'm doing now still. But he's another beautiful person that
would be
was not too keen on really deep in Everglades, traditional. So he was part of like 100 people that never signed over their rights to the treaty. He was like one of the part of the group that never signed over any of the treaty paperwork with the government. So he was part of a clan that was considered still sovereign Native American.
The Anunnaki story
Anyway,
itself, I've taken that
another
deep dive into
subject.
Sitchin's work. He was pretty brilliant.
What's going on in Montana? How's the weather up there? How's the goats?
As you know, 300 means it's literally the exact same thing in the book of Giants.
Yeah, kind of
you know?
preparing. It's a
You
great
might
time
talk
of year.
about a couple thousand years
Everything's
later.
cooled down.
But Sitchin made
Trying to get a retreat center going. Well, not really. It's not going to be like a center. It's having land where people can retreat to and just come and chill. Every once in a while. And just working on it. Just working on it. How are things where you are?
Make a spacecraft.
Man, I think we sold the house. We got had someone come and look at it from Kansas. Yeah, we're supposed to by the end of the month. We're supposed to have a contract and a full cash offer. So all kinds of crazy stuff. Been talking with investors all day and about to go have a meeting with them. Looking at moving to a big retreat center of our own.
Sitchin says that the workers that initially came.
We're working. I've been working with another retreat center up in Wisconsin, conservative medicine up there.
And the Anunnaki, I believe his name is Enlil.
Yeah, we gotta come up there and we gotta do ceremony sometime. Where I gotta come out there and I'm gonna come knock on your door with
one of their wives was a geneticist apparently much more advanced than us.
And oh my gosh, Hockey's doing so good.
He is amazing.
And
he's
so they created from the DNA of the Anunnaki themselves, and a native
manifest.
to Earth.
He taught me the laws of manifestation and gratitude,
made another
being in the
being,
moment,
right? That was
of like
to work
focusing
in
your
mind
energy
instead of the Anunnaki.
and from a fully heart-centered space.
It really starts to manifest. You know what I mean? Like that's possible. That's
he's gonna be amazing medicine, man. Because he's taught me a lesson that I've been I've been searching
Another
for a
part of
long
the
time,
Anunnaki story from Sitchin is that
also healing me from. He's helped me heal from my 2 oldest children.
And
They're
also had
still
another way station on Mars where they would transport
anti-Drew.
from Earth.
So he's definitely helping me heal from that, and showing me, I can't be loved and I am worthy of being
Some of these other structures that are on Mars that kind of back a little of this up. You have to. It just does.
Yeah.
But, so there was a wedding.
Yeah. So I mean, there's so much about
versions of the Anunnaki came down here.
Right.
What's some recent epiphanies you've been? Have you been feeling a lot of different energy shifts lately, like on the big level, on the energetic field?
Yeah, almost.
Hoverboard commando.
Things have kind of stabilized, and I'm feeling somewhat at peace.
Right.
It's just another blow or like
300
something out of left field just comes and tries to knock me off my center, and it takes a lot to kind of get back. One gets used to it after a while. I mean, we just had a moon conjunct Uranus. Uranus is just a really, really intense energy, and it's been in a square aspect. Square means like friction, challenge, and Saturn. And the lower octave of Saturn is control and misuse of power, and just like negative authority. When you look at authority, and rules, when they're not in alignment with justice or cosmic and natural law.
Flying commando boy.
Just how absurd the news headlines are for just mainstream people. And I don't watch the news as far as television, but when you see some of the headlines, sometimes I just look to see what is humanity consuming? What are the masses consuming? What are they giving to them now? What are they throwing at them? I'll just kind of like take a little look in, and it couldn't be more absurd. And it almost seems like
identical.
They're doing this,
but it's 95%
almost to encourage an awakening. Kind of like, okay, how much more ridiculous can this get? Are you going to wake up yet? Now we're going to throw this out there. You're actually going to believe this and go for it? Wow. It's like there's got to be a breakthrough from people are like, this is insane. This is getting ridiculous. And there was a big war. Everything since 2019 and the whole pandemic thing, caused a lot of people to wake up. A lot of people went further and further down into
Hoverboard commando.
Just caught up in the web of it all and just being completely taken over by fear to the point where
the Old
this outer authority that is very been destructive was something to trust or to believe in. And so I guess the epiphanies are
it's a continuation of a narrative.
In terms of what's ahead. Whatever they feel isn't working, they're going to come up with something else in order to try and continue the games being played. And it'll wake more people up, and it'll hurt more people, and there'll be more casualties. So this is where the big
moderators, I'm sure y'all probably already shaking on this, but that 69 mega that bot
has been a lot for everybody to process when you're worried about friends and family or people that aren't PPC or that may be political or right or left.
It's a mind-controlled hoverboard.
Are dealing with putting children in the school systems that are coming home,
in the chat because they've been doing this like every week now.
The kind of indoctrination that is next level to what I know we were exposed to in school. And what do parents do? They're used to going to work and being a doctor, a teacher, a lawyer. But
these people get on my nerves.
They might have to say, I can't have my kid in this school. I can't have this career anymore because it's costing us our health and our soul and our dignity and integrity. What do those people do that have been so invested in the system because that's all they knew? That's what they were born into. How do we help them transition away from it? So I guess the epiphanies are solutions. How can we come together and pool our resources together to provide solutions and encourage people to be brave enough to let go of those things and answer to a deeper calling and trust that synchronicities and divine flow will come in and help them to be okay. Even if it means they won't get a paycheck for a little while, they might be having to just be really resourceful. How can you drop the fears and survival energy so that you can still be an abundant person? And that's why I love kind of reflecting on my background of, living on the road and living out of vehicles and being in the wilderness for so long, you know, you realize you can be abundant without the paycheck, without money. You know, if you tap into your own inner abundance and what Mother Earth can provide, and the many plants and animals and the nourishment that it provides, that we never have to feel lacking or like we're screwed. You know, I know if you have a bunch of kids, though, you know, it's a little bit different. And, you know, and then you're in the middle of a city, right? And all of a sudden, you know, you might have to pack it up. I just pray for these people that there's going to be an easy transition and a way for them to remove themselves or find some sort of sanctuary or safety within the madness. And I know that if they're free from the mind control aspect of it or being indoctrinated and they break free of all that, they will begin to see things line up to support their transition away from all that. It's just once the mind is free, everything else will fall into place. As long as the mind is owned and controlled, that doesn't look good for those guys. But I have faith that a lot of people will be breaking that down.
So
yeah, I got a huge message. Like we went at
where were they? Where are they?
August. We went to Wisconsin to do our first ceremony up there, first set of ceremonies up there at Cosmic Tree Light. And we drove from Colorado
basically
all the way to Wisconsin. And we like boondocked all the way there. We camped out of the back of our truck and we cooked coffee on a propane burner, you know, every morning. And we'd forage around just to see what was around the area. And, oh man, there were so many mushrooms, like so many, not psychedelic mushrooms, obviously. I'm always got
Commando hoverboard.
My eye open for those. But lots of chanterelle.
Let's take this thing from the Middle East,
so we started collecting a bunch of this
Promised Land, from Canaan and
but after a
Israel,
while, like
and let's take it
berries,
to South
and
America.
as we got further north, there's apple trees. We're finding like wild apple trees along the road. So we finding all this abundance.
All these stories. Let's start with South America.
I just got the message. I was like,
you know, you look at the rise and fall of the Olmecs.
The shit's about to go down because she's really putting out a lot of food for her children, and that's signaling to me that shit's about to go down. Like, you know, it would be drought.
Somebody mentioned the pyramids were created
fall of the government structure and the restructure.
They were created by that.
And this is how I personally see it. Everything going on. It's going to take a few years. And that being said, a lot of things that we were used to is going to fall down. And I think this is
there had to be some other way
breaking down what you're speaking on for our listeners that may not be too in tune to what's a lot of feels going on. I think me and you share a lot of very similar views.
Impossible
about to happen, but this the foraging that we did, you know,
let alone
it was awesome. You know, I love getting
the gangster commando
and connecting and seeing what the earth is telling me I need to eat today. You know, ultimately, you know, if I'm looking at a certain
who wants to buy some UFOs?
High dose of nitrogen or different chemicals or anything.
I got the UFOs in this fucking box.
Enough with the earth to know that
no bullshit. I caught them out of the midair.
But overall, you know, just like our first subject we talked about with changing power in Buckingham, I also see like the large-scale energetic message of what's going on. The past 2 years, like last year, I'm a big forager. You a big mushroom forager? You like to go out and get mushrooms to eat?
Yeah. I mean, I need my identification book, and
of course.
Now that I've been so many different forests all over the country, and
so this is
I just want to make sure I do it right. But
not stuff that's being pulled out of the ground.
Yeah, I was just in the woods the other day, and we were going to take some stuff home. We're actually going to go back, but I'm just going to make sure. I know quite a few what's what. But yeah, of course, one has to be careful. So I'm just going to just have to remind myself of some things. But I eat mushrooms every day, like avocado, like chaga, reishi, cordyceps. turkey tail, lion's mane into my pre-morning coffee, but they're not ones that I drink. Get it from a friend that picked them and turned them into powders. But I'd love to do it myself. Like if there's more time in the day, when life gets a little like slows down a little bit, yeah, I'd love to do it myself. But yeah, that's part of my everyday thing. Is to nothing like getting them yourself though. And
so
yeah,
you and I have talked about some of these archaeological.
We got. I got my $2,000 guitar.
Oh yeah. And that's from like Birch, right?
Archaeologist by the name of Steve
Birch
Steve Whale started to dig about 5 years
very
ago
similar.
down in
So
southern
that's time
Mexico.
people get
Not on state land, which is
the outside
illegal,
looks
but
the
on
same,
private
but Birch will
land,
have
farmers'
like,
land.
you know,
And this guy started pulling artifacts out of the ground that
the cottonwoods
defy
have something that looks very similar
the
to Chaga,
historical
so
narrative
people
to
can get
such
mixed
a
up
huge
on
degree
it.
that they're
But
trying to shut down his
But
sites.
if the Birch has like the paper, you know, the paper rolls coming off on it, that's an easy way to tell Birch. And if there's a black thing coming off, that's Chaga. But crazy story. So we was up here, and this goes on to the vibe what I was talking about. Cooking medicine, ayahuasca
has been covered so that there's no room for
looking out over the water.
turn the cameras off.
And
That's not how
cooking for like 3 days, and we, after it's done, me and Ella are like drive around the golf course, like on these back trails and everything. We find Chaga, like right along the trail. A big chunk, you know, a couple pounds, and come back and I burn some sage, I put down some tobacco, and I harvest it. And go back, and last day, I'm like, man, I wonder if there's any more Chaga around here. And I look, oh, there's a birch tree, and like about 10 or 15 feet from where I cooked ayahuasca, there was Chaga growing on a birch tree right there, and it was growing the whole time. It was really amazing. I've never seen Chaga in the wild in 42 years. You know, it's definitely used it a lot over the years in different. But I've never been able to find it and collect it myself. It's really awesome, especially cooking the medicine and having like, having Mother Earth just gave me a bunch of stuff. Gave me a fish out of the lake and gave me mushrooms and berries and everything. So it really, I ate off the land while I was cooking the medicine. So it was really amazing. Yeah.
But again, all it does is
to feel that support, you know, just like
where did it go?
Knowing it, like just seeing it and like processing it all, but really feeling like held by the earth. And that's, have you been feeling that lately? Like, you know, shit's getting crazy, but really, I guess the crazier it gets, the tighter and the more, the tighter the grip has on my heart, you know, just let me know that I have nothing to worry about, you know, just relax. Have you been feeling that as well?
Yeah, I mean, this is really just a return to ourselves. This is something to, you know, celebrate as things get crazy and ridiculous. You know, it's just a reminder, why should anybody participate in that world? Look how unhealthy it is, look how destructive it is, look how toxic and just manipulative it is. So when we can step away from it and look at what there is to embrace, we get to embrace ourselves, we get to embrace this human vessel that we've been given that has so much potential, so much that we haven't even tapped into, dormant DNA that we have not been carrying or experiencing since thousands of years. And yeah, returning to the earth, understanding the medicines and just the trees, the waters, the everything about Mother Nature and Mother Earth is absolutely here to support us. All the medicines. The more we learn about that, the more held we'll feel. We'll feel the unconditional love. We'll learn from the medicine as well, as far as what shows up in front of us. You know, what animal is showing itself, what plant is right in front of us. To know the difference between what is safe to eat and what not to eat. You know, fire, you know. Yeah, so I wander off into the woods a lot. I used to do that all the time. I was pretty much in the wilderness for a couple of years straight. In my early years when I was doing wilderness expedition leadership stuff and being trained to take people out. And it really healed me from the school systems and having to, just like all of us, grow up and all that.
It was everything, and it helped me to just let go of everything else. And so when people are kind of going through crisis, remember that that's what's calling you, and your soul is so connected to it. We're elemental beings: earth, air, fire, water, ether, and you'll heal tremendously by really, tapping into it. And I know, it's not something everybody can just jump up and run and do. Without some level of skills and knowing what you're in for. You can't just, but you can just walk out your front door at least, and there's flowers everywhere. You can go to just a park or drive a little bit out of your town or city, and it's there. So, and just bring it into your house plants, crystal stones, it's just, that's where it's at. That's what we're being called to. And that is where the ascension energies are, because the Earth is an ascension planet, and what that means to me is moving into its greatest capacity to live its highest potential and be whole, and recover from all the traumas and abuses that it has endured, just like we have throughout our many lifetimes.
Yeah, it's crazy. We're talking about the school systems and everything, and if people haven't heard, got some maybe new listeners or anyone that hasn't heard me talk about this before, the socially accepted mind control in the school system. I mean, right off the bat, we're talking about Pledge of Allegiance to start off the day. That they literally start off the day.
This is an incredible story.
Melding and programming the mind each and every day to us, and some of us that's been in the system for 18 years, 17, 18 years in the school system, and saying that every day, that's what's feeding the military-industrial complex. That's what's feeding, that's what's ultimately feeding the wars that we go to, and that's what's ultimately feeding the black projects. That's where the military and the government's wash money, and it goes into this black hole, and it's literally the black sites it's going into. That's in black programs that people are just now starting to learn about. Is there any news coming up that's coming since the last talk on the Squish program, Alliance, anything like that?
Well, I've been working closely with Dan Cooper, who claims to be the senior advisor to the Earth Alliance. He has helped me to just really understand what happened during Eisenhower's administration, not anything that has been talked about for the decades that disclosure and UFO communities have been out there on a much more public level. Mostly what has been shared has been disinformation, and it doesn't mean that the people that have been sharing it meant to do it. It was just all that they were given from the whistleblowers that didn't have access to the top secret, above top secret, even of the president. So how could whistleblowers have access to something even the president didn't have access to? So what the whistleblowers were given weren't really the ultimate facts. And so this person has helped me to see what those hidden facts are when it comes to governments and extraterrestrials being in any kind of alliance. So the dark alien agenda, the ICC Nazi Draco alliance, and how that connects with the Greys and abduction scenarios, happened way before Eisenhower stepped into office. And there happened to be an unconditional surrender agreement that took place in 1952 under Truman that was actually a surrender to the Nazis, which brought about all sorts of, well, this was after Project Paperclip in 47, so that entrance had already been there. That infiltration. So when that 1952 surrender took place, it was when they really were able to acknowledge that, whoa, these Nazi scientists and doctors that were whitewashed from the OSS have actually become a part of the three-letter organizations and are part of the MJ-12. So the surrender was really, you really don't have much choice but to surrender because we're here, and we kind of tricked you, we duped you, and it got out of control because of that. So in order to cover their tracks, they created a false flag sort of psyop
cover story that said that Eisenhower signed the treaties. And so my family lineage or bloodline or whatever, even though I kind of feel free from the bloodline thing in a way, but I'm not, just because we carry it, but at the same time we're sovereign, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Still, it's like I'm carrying it in this lifetime because I was born into it. This family has been carrying the burden of a lie that we've been blamed for, or he's been blamed for. Well, him especially, but anybody associated with him is going to have to hear about it, especially me. You know, he talks about ETs and UFOs. Right. Your great grandfather did this, and he sold us out to the ETs. And actually, that did not happen. So, folks like Elena,
I never believed that shit about Eisenhower. That was never proven 100%. That was all
Alex
speculated
and
shit.
Being contactees, and Michael Sala and Dan Willis being,
That doesn't mean UFOs and aliens are not there. We're watching them right now. They're up in the skies right fucking now, dude.
To the public and myself the truth. And then when Dan Cooper came along, he validated it beyond anything I expected, because of his position and what he had gone through. And that's too much to get into, but basically, yeah, there was a surrender agreement. And as
between what parties? A surrender agreement between what parties?
The Truman administration and the Nazi Draco Alliance and their presence. So there was a surrender, meaning that it wouldn't be known to the public that the Nazis and the Draco Alliance and the negative alien agenda would be infiltrating our media, our school systems, the government structure, everything. And it spread its tentacles all over the world. And the war was really not won. So we see geoengineering, we see different MK Ultra projects, Monarch programming, just multiple levels of the MK Ultra, satanic ritual abuse, all of that, and then the secret space programs and the multi-levels of the secret space programs, programs that are connected to it. So many people have come forward that have had 20 and backs that have been trained to be super soldiers that are recalling their memories. So that all snuck in, and it's been taking over. But the way it presents itself to the public, are through the false media, through these false psyops and narratives that convince people that that's some kind of reality, when really it's engineered. School shootings and all sorts of destructive and horrible and horrific things taking place is very much a part of it. And we see it in the news, and it poses itself as being some sort of reality in order to strip us of our guns, to strip us of our rights, and to indoctrinate our kids into the transhumanism, transgender confusion, and just the madness of the division that we see between those that claim to be right and those that claim to be left. And nobody should be claiming any labels. People should be able to see through it to the point where they drop all of it in order to preserve what it means to really be a sovereign nation, starting at home, starting with the individual. So that infiltration has led to the pandemic and everything that we're up against. And it'll only continue as long as people still believe it. The minute people start to pull their attention away from it, it won't have any leg to stand on or any power, because it's vampiric and it relies on people to believe in it for it to even exist. So the siphoning and harvesting technologies actually batter up these artificial timelines. So as long as they can get the population to be in enough fear and buy into it, that false matrix will still operate. So I think the ridiculousness of it all is reaching a point where it'll help people to walk away, but the injuries that they're going to carry from the trauma of realizing that they've been betrayed is something that we're going to all have to gather together to work on rehabilitating and healing. So this is like what we all have in front of us as a purpose and task to confront.
Absolutely, I totally agree. So what? So was there a meeting? Was there the actual meeting? I'm assuming the contents of the meeting with Dwight was different than what you previously thought and what we've been told. What was there still a meeting? And do you know any of the content of the official content?
I'm gonna go summon some aliens with the lasers and the lights.
It's impossible to say for sure because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I don't have anything passed down from family members that would have been able to clarify that. And a lot of people think, if you were born in this family, didn't they give you, that kind of information? No, I mean, why would they? They probably weren't even given it because this was just so. I mean, we see people getting murdered for exposing anything, and I don't think Phil Schneider and William Cooper were murdered because they exposed anything about the ET government treaties. It was because they're exposing the deep state and the cabal and the fact that there is this dark shadow government. The ET government treaties, as far as Eisenhower is concerned, that was always disinformation. Even though they were well-intentioned when they exposed that, they didn't have all the facts. And so, yes, there were meetings, but it wasn't with the Greys. That was done behind his back. MJ-12 signed the treaties. He might have been present for one of the meetings, but it had nothing to do with him signing the treaties. And that's what Elena says. Dan Cooper said there's no way he had access to any of the meetings after that unconditional surrender agreement. And at that, everything became unaccessible to the president. And only MJ-12 and the shadow government had their hands on the alien technology. But who Eisenhower did have contact with was Val Thor, who helped him to connect with the Guardians and the Sphere Beings. And that's when he set up the Earth Alliance and the Ike's Force and the USMC Special Section, U.S. Marine Corps Special Section called Ike's Force to help turn super soldiers into a benevolent force in order to take their enhanced abilities of being super soldiers to actually do good with those extraordinary abilities that the 20 and back programs created to offset all of this. And then he just got the whole White Hats thing in motion, is what Dan Cooper says. So he's going to provide more documentation and information. We're going to be putting out a lot more on a public level together. But that stuff I didn't really have confirmation on. But I knew when I was sharing stuff about the Grounded Treaty and ET government treaties that I knew that wasn't really where it all remained.
Yeah.
I shared it as part of a greater discussion. I had already gotten in touch with Lisa Renee and her work, and she was talking about Aleister Crowley, Winston Churchill, and Hitler being the ones that sold us out to the Greys back. In the 1930s, Keylontic Science, and even Phil Schneider says, was the time that the ETs started to form alliances with our governments. But we know that this has always been there. There's been extraterrestrials since the beginning of time. After the Atlantean cataclysms was when, the Illuminati went really sort of underground and covert, the deep state. And those are, hybrids. And so, Anunnaki hybrids and all of that have been around for a long time. But when they really started to interact with world leaders and the American governments and when the Axis powers and the Allies were, dealing with the world wars, that's when it really became something noted in those government structures that there were alliances and agreements and treaties starting from the 1930s. So by the time Eisenhower came into office, this was already way in the works. So
it was already set in motion. He definitely wasn't.
It'll say that he's the one that started it all, and that's absolutely nonsense.
No, I mean, I think the latest numbers I think are back in the late 30s is the latest proof that I'm seeing that we actually had contact and been speaking with. And,
what date did you say?
The late 30s.
Right.
So, and it probably goes back further than that. This is just, as everything starts to unfold, I believe the communities, I think in the late 30s presently, I'm sure it's going to keep pushing back as we move forward and more and more things come out. That, you want to field a question real quick? I got a question in the chat room about this subject in particular, so. What's your guys' take on what the Pentagon are doing with the UFO UAP issue? More fear mongering. And this is from Neil. So.
Yeah, I haven't really been tracking any of that. Yeah, I mean, I've just been spread so thin lately. I don't really trust any of the disclosures that come out of the Pentagon or the government at all. I mean, I think we're the disclosure. We have to be the ones that are bringing forth the information from experiencers and contactees and abductees and researchers and people that are doing all they can to dig into, the greater truths. They know that this is inevitable, that we're going to have this being revealed through us being the disclosure. So they're trying to strategize. How can they present the public some form of disclosure that keeps the power in their hands. So we're a big threat. That's where there's censorship. That's why there's not a link between the governments working with the people that are expressing this stuff. Maybe there's some links here and there for the ones that are good, within it, like white hats and positive military that are dealing with it on the inside. But other than that, it's hard to say until those in power and in any kind of leadership role that have a voice that are serving that negative alien agenda are removed. And so it's very difficult for us right now to know who's the real deal and who's not. And there's a lot of blackmail and people being compromised that aren't really able to maybe say all that they would like to say. Does that mean that they're evil or bad? Not necessarily, but some are. And some are willing participants in this dark agenda, but some absolutely don't know what to do and they're being forced into this. And so we just have to be as neutral and observing as we can so that we don't throw everybody under a bus, and we can do all we can to help the ones that are compromised and blackmailed to be able to be brave enough to step forward and hopefully protected enough. And it'll come from other forces, of course. I think anybody who's willing to step into the truth and speak it is going to have some sort of divine protection, or somebody, that might come along and be a helpful guard. But we see people get offed all the time that we know you're committing suicide, that are suicided. People are being taken out right and left when they're ready to speak. And so a lot get threats before that happens. And some might ignore the threats and still go for it. So, it's very dangerous territory, but it's going to get easier and easier as more people are willing to speak up. But that means also that they might find out or find another tactic to try and exterminate, but I think it's impossible because the awareness and the foresight is growing, and the preparedness comes with that. Knowing how to protect oneself and have enough resources available to be able to move through this particular this period of great challenge. So yeah, we all have to just be watching our backs and not being too complacent or trusting anything too much outside of ourselves. We've got to just be as resourceful as possible and build community as best as we can with those around us, and reach out and on a much larger level. And we're doing that, because people all over the world can tune into these broadcasts and a show like yours.
Yeah. I mean, this is, there's so many points we can touch on. The pandemic. I be commando. Backfired on them. I think it woke a lot of people up. It pushed people inside their homes, which ultimately a lot of people found went inside themselves in that moment. Because they went outside the norm. They started to get depressed, and maybe they tried yoga for the first time, or maybe they tried microdosing for the first time, or maybe they looked up ayahuasca for the first time. And school teachers, doctors, starting from the start of COVID on, our clientele list includes doctors in that timeline. And these are public reviews on our website that people come to ayahuasca and really.
I've been the commando.
Them to say, okay, something's wrong. So this is really outside the norm. And
I've been the commando.
A specific reason. I think I agree with everybody, all the conspiracy theorists talk about the pandemic and what it was designed for. I'm totally with that, but I think it backfired on them with a lot of people. I think it ultimately triggered an awakening in the collective, and that just goes to when I see something like that happen, I just look at the divinity's plan, the divine's plan on how, and source's plan, or whatever you want to call it, on how this is all playing out. And it's just funny. No matter what's done, this ascension is taking place, and it will take place no matter what's done. And it's beautiful what I'm seeing and how it's playing out now.
Go a little extra. I agree, absolutely. And everybody it's here for everyone.
Very, very excited.
We just have to be in alignment to it, not get distracted
But
away.
before we get started,
and if we do get yanked in,
we do
can
have
yank
a
ourselves
link
back out.
created. There are no
Commando, we are the commando. Commando, we are the commando.
Mend
the links down below.
all the wounds.
You can follow
the
Toby
power of spirit
on
There's
Twitter.
nothing that
I have
can
his handle
override
down
that.
there. It's
It is
RDR
the override
incident.
frequency. It holds
You
dominion
can also
over
follow our
physical matter.
4 times commando.
And
it's at
the more we
Old
remember that, the
Vet
better.
Symposium.
Because we have been in the last
And yeah,
26,000
awesome.
years and more.
So before we get started too,
in
if
the
you
opposite,
want
in the
to
reversal of
support
it all,
Mind
where
Escape, all you have to do is click the
degradation and
link
illness
link
and
down
disease and
below.
4 times
We've got
commando.
Patreon,
Just
which,
injustice
Six
has
I'm
times
gonna upload
commando.
the new
throughout,
Patreon segment we
you know,
did with Leah from
the world
last
with
week,
only
probably
some
tonight or
benefiting.
tomorrow.
The ones that are in
Tons
power,
of stuff
7
on
times
there.
commando.
So if you're interested and you
Seven
like a lot
times
of the guest segments,
commando.
you get to
7
check out the
times.
Patreon
is
segments
preying
with them,
upon
so
the
go check that out.
vulnerability of humans that have amnesia
And there's a
that
merch
don't
store
remember
which
the fullness
with
of
some
all
of
that
my
they are.
amazing
So that's
designs
rapidly
and
changing
doodles
because
and
the biggest
sketches,
conspiracy of all
and
is
so go check that out. And yeah, if
really,
you want to support the show, all you have to do is go
teaching
to Apple
the
Podcasts
masses
or
that
Spotify, leave us
they're a lesser
5-star
being
review, and
to
really
this outer
appreciate
authority
that.
that we need to answer to because we don't know
But
how to heal
without
or we
further
don't know
ado,
how
welcome
to
on
take
the
care
show,
of
Toby
ourselves
and
on our own
James.
terms.
8 times commando.
Function in this,
Thanks
inverted
for having
system,
me
and
on.
that's just not
Yeah.
true.
So yeah, we're excited.
It's
This
good
whole
to
thing
be
kind of
pushed to
came
the
together
edge and to
very,
see this
very
ridiculously.
quickly.
In a lot of
9
ways,
times
it's never
commando.
It was a
for the innocent
really
to suffer so
interesting
much and to have
opportunity.
to be born
As
into it, but
everybody
at the same
knows,
time,
on Mind Escape,
they
we talk
know
about
on a deeper
UFOs,
level
but
and from their higher self
probably
and from their greater
25 to
calling
33%
that they
of the time,
will
it's
know
not
what to
something we
do when
discuss every
it comes down to
episode.
it. And if they don't,
So
somebody
I'm
will be
very,
there
very
to help them
interested
to snap
in
out
the
of it
phenomenon,
if they
and,
can utilize their free
while
will
I've
in the
covered
right
it in the
kind of way.
past, I think that this
And,
is an excellent opportunity to talk to a bunch of new people.
and along the way, everybody's
going to
have that
and also
chance
people
to
that
just
have been
have that
around for a long
breakthrough.
time that maybe
When I do,
I
astro
haven't
charts,
conversed
astrological
with
charts,
or had dialogues with
that
in the
big
past,
event
so
that
I'm
happens
really
in a
excited
person's
about
life
that.
can happen at any time.
But
It can happen
Toby,
when
why
you're a
don't you
child.
give
It
us
can
a
happen
little
when
bit
you're
of
an
your
adult. It can
background
happen,
on this topic, what you're
a week
doing at
before you
the
even
Roswell Daily
transition to
Record,
the
and
other
how all
side.
this
Who
stuff
knows?
plays together.
But it's always there,
Yeah,
and it's always going to
so
be there for
basically I
anybody and
started at the
everyone.
Roswell Daily Record back in
That
2002.
come home.
I agree, man. It's a truth that is so freeing and gives you so much sovereignty. Like, it's hard to explain it, but I mean, once it's something that you just have to feel. Like, you could read about it. Like, you could read maybe some books. Like I've heard from so you were about your interviewer things, books like that. This is minor suggestions, but and they give you an idea. But ultimately, my books are aimed at trying to get people to experience it on their own. Like the group I had out here last weekend, 2 guys
is what I'm doing now.
Chicago, and
on the side, I'm actually going
successful
through
business.
14 times commando.
Took them up on the mountain of San Pedro, and we prepared the medicine.
even
night
high
before,
strangeness,
they helped
cryptozoology,
prepare the medicine. They helped cook the
the
medicine,
paper's been around
and then
since,
we went
I
up
believe,
on the hill with
it's
that
been around
same
for 127
medicine from that
years
cactus.
this
And,
year.
this is what I'm trying to instill in people, like not to.
Well, you work for a newspaper.
14 times commando. Pull up with 14 times commando.
This plant comes from the earth. Like,
so yeah, so how does
hands,
the record,
put
I
water
think a
with
lot of
it,
people have heard about
put some
Roswell,
heat to
but how
it,
does the record
and now
play
you're
into
drinking it.
this
Now
whole
it gave
phenomenon?
you a totally different perspective on how the world,
well, I guess
how
it all goes
reality
back
of the
to
world.
July of
And you did it
1947.
all with your hands.
Obviously,
And we all have that
Mr.
right.
Brazel found wreckage on his ranch.
I don't subscribe to like the medicine
Came
people
into
say,
town,
like,
reported to the
I know,
sheriff's office, then the
I want to say I
Army
honor
and
the
the Air Force
lineages, I
became involved,
honor
and
traditions, I
Walter
honor all
Haag
that stuff. I honor the
what's
ceremonies and
now
I honor
considered probably
the blood
one of the most
lineages and all
famous
that. But also this
military
goes
memos
back
in
to the
history.
same conversation we've been
Announcement
having
that they had
throughout this
recovered a
whole
crash
night,
crash,
me and you.
an actual
Like
flying
it's
disc.
about really
So
tapping into what's
the
deeper,
newspaper received
and it's ultimately
received
connecting
it.
back to
They
yourself.
ran it,
When I
and
take
the next
people up on the
day,
mountain,
the military came out and said, well, wait, never mind. It was
we
a
walk
weather
for
thing.
hours and we go through all
just some
types of
strings
different
and some tinfoil
conversations,
and
all
pop-up.
different types of emotions. But at the top of the mountain, when they find themselves, when they find that truth within themselves, they start to shudder, they start to shake, and they cry, and they out of tears of gratitude. And that's when we turn around and come back down off the mountain, because that's when they had that moment. And I think that's
So
it's
very
available to
fascinating.
all of us. Not necessarily
even
with
though
that
we
medicine.
called
You know,
it
we all have
the
to
Roswell
climb our
UFO
internal mountain, like
symposium,
inside ourselves,
we are going
and
to talk
find
about a lot
that
of
truth,
different UFP,
and
UFO stuff,
you know,
not just
experience
UFOs.
life like that.
But I
And
think
not
that
be
it's
afraid,
important because
not be
you can
afraid
even
of
say
change,
that
because
whatever you think about
man,
the
the
phenomena,
new reality could
the
be a lot better than what
mythology
the
of it,
reality we're
where
living
you
now.
look at
But
this,
we're so stuck in what
the
you know,
mythological
people carry
lens,
so
or
much.
however you want to put it.
I don't,
The way
man, I
we
don't
look
want
at
to do
this
ayahuasca
kind of
because
starts at
I'm
Roswell.
set where I'm
Because even
at.
though there might have
But
been incidents and
what
sightings
if there's
before that,
a
that's
whole
really the
another
big
beautiful,
one that got this whole
a
thing
much
kicked off.
beautiful reality on the other side of
Everybody
that
knows about
ceremony
it.
or
It's
that
probably the most
meditation or
recognizable
whatever it
case,
is?
aside from like
You
the
know,
modern
that's what we have to
14 times commando.
I mean, honestly, it could have just
I
been
see
another
you, I
story
see your
lost to
spirit, I
history until people
see,
like
you know,
Stanley
and
Friedman
I
came
can't wait to
in
connect
and
with you in a
reignited
couple
interest
weeks.
in the case. Started.
How many weeks is it?
So, by the way, they sell pink Himalayan salt.
14 times commando.
You can also put it under the light of a full moon to cleanse it, or you can actually put it in distilled water.
Jimmy Kimmel Commando.
You'd have it out there for as long as the moon is out in the evening. Distilled
Jimmy
water,
Kimmel Magical
24 hours.
Commando.
And I want
Spy
to touch about
Commando.
that in a second too. And then the other thing you can do is the third thing. Oh, you take them to the ocean and you rinse them in the sea.
Commando with the money.
And what that does is that you are basically christening or purifying the crystal for your own use when you do that. You see, it's like if somebody buys a piece of jewelry from a pawn shop, I recommend that they bury that piece of jewelry in pink Himalayan salt for 24 hours before they wear it.
We have a question on the screen.
Bury your shit in the salt mine, nigga.
Oh, so if you find a crystal, it's meant for you. So if you find a crystal, like if you're, I remember I actually found a crystal, and it was in the crack of a sidewalk, and it was probably
bury your
probably
shit
about
when
the
you
size of a
poop.
quarter, and it was just sitting there, and the sun hit it. It was there. It was sitting there, and I picked it up and kept it, and then I lost it. It went to someone else, but I must have had it for several months, and then it was gone. But yeah, it's
like a good commando.
The thing with crystals is anything you put your intention into a crystal, the intention is going to pick up on it. All right, that's why I love them so much. Like, for example, if you want, again, I know just enough about crystals to make me dangerous, is that if you want someone to tell you the truth, you should get either
You have to get the magical crystal to get them to tell you the truth. I have one for only $5,000.
or underneath them in some way, like underneath a couch cushion that they're going to sit in. It pulls the truth out of people.
Really?
Yeah,
it kind of just connects with the person's energy.
$5,000.
Absolutely, yes, yeah.
Tell the truth
very
forever.
cool stuff.
Let's sidestep one moment, Mona, because you did a big thing. You ended up on the Jimmy Kimmel show. Now that must have been so much fun for you. How did you end up on Jimmy's show?
So apparently they were looking for a psychic in Vegas, and so in March of 2019, I get this phone call, and I initially thought it was sort of a spoof thing. But I get this phone call from the producer, and they said, "Hi, we're going to do a special program for Jimmy Kimmel in Vegas. Call us back if you're interested. Here's the phone number." And I had to listen. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what they said. And I had to listen to it several times before I actually called him back, because I was going, is someone scamming me? Is someone like pulling
As you might think, yeah.
So I ended up calling him. And as soon as I heard his voice,
This is an extraterrestrial meteorite. It's called moldavite. It's a tektite. It's a green glass composite from
and I said,
extraterrestrial.
wow, this sounds like so much fun. So they said, well, we want to surprise a bride. So her best friend, maid of honor, is bringing her to Vegas, and we want to surprise the bride.
And then I attach an amethyst and a quartz on it.
Mona, Jimmy Kimmel, Bachelorette Party, Las Vegas. You'll find it. Anyway, I'm on for 1 minute, and in the 1 minute, I'm actually doing a reading for Guillermo, and I'm doing a reading for the bride on this particular segment. But what they did is they took him to
Guillermo Commando.
as one of the bridal adventures. And then when they came back onto the party bus, Guillermo was me sitting on the party bus with them. And the bride is the one wearing the tiara. Her maid of honor is the one sitting to my left.
Guillermo.
The cool thing about it is that, and I'm not going to give you details, but I also got to do Jimmy Kimmel's reading. Now he didn't.
I was going to ask you. Did Jimmy get a reading?
It was. It was accurate because the way I presented it, he goes, "That's absolutely true." But when you watch the segment, he's so naturally funny. It was so much fun. And by the way, the other cool thing that happened that night, and I know that this is sort of an aside, but it happened that night. So when I was walking over to the party van, this taxi driver was waiting right there, or the shuttle driver was waiting right there. He used to be a taxi driver, and he goes, "Did you used to be on? Weren't you Midnights with Mona on Katie?" Now, apparently this guy used to drive a taxi in the middle of the night and have the program on, and people were listening to it when he was driving around in his cab. That kind of blew my mind. He goes, "Yeah, I remember your show." I was like, wow. So it was really cool. But yeah, the segment was so much fun. I mean, it really, really was so much fun. So, yeah.
And Guillermo had a reading as well.
Yeah, so that was really funny the way that cat. Guillermo is he has managed to be an absolute, very disciplined professional actor that acts like a goofy clown. Do you see what I mean? It's like when I did his cards, he had some really powerful cards that came up that he knows that the gig that he has with Jimmy Kimmel is like the coolest thing since peanut butter and sliced bread. There's a very, very good relationship that he has with Jimmy. You can feel it. But it's
you can see it.
You can see it. It's like there's really a connection there. But the whole experience was so much fun. People that I worked with were just super nice. And I have to tell you, after I talked to the producer to be on the program, and they sent me paperwork to do it, I'm like, oh, good, someone wasn't yanking the chain. So it's great. Anyway.
That's fantastic. Listen, we're going to go to a short break here in a moment. But I just want to bring up a video of one of your books, because we're going to discuss your book, 3 books in the next part of the show. And this is app that your phone, and it's the guys right now.
The Dice Wisdom app is an entirely new method of divination, based on the casting of 2 regular dice. This is how it works. Open the app on your iPhone, hold your phone in your right hand, and tap the dice image. The dice will reveal a combination and an answer bar. Press the answer bar and read the response to your query. Easy to use, accurate, and thought-provoking, this entertaining app will provide you with the perfect energy, attitude, or action to promote the most positive outcome. Ask a yes or no question, ask about how to attract love, or simply ask about daily meditation. Go to dicewisdom.com. Go ahead and roll the dice. Your life only gets better from here.
Thank you, Tracy.
You are very welcome, Mona. We're going to find out more about that app as soon as we come back after this short break. So stay with us. We will be right back in just a moment. And welcome back to the show. We've just had a quick break there. If you're just joining us tonight for the second hour of the show, I'm actually talking with my very dear friend Mona Van Joseph, aka Mystic Mona, who is one of Las Vegas. Well, she is Las Vegas's go-to psychic. She's incredibly accurate. And before the break, there we were looking at the app you can have on your phone based on Mona's book called Dice Wisdom. I downloaded it on mine, and I did ask it a question the other day, but I have to wait to see if something happens, and I will be letting Mona know. So it's a cool app. I love this app, Mona, and I loved your voice there in that short video. I thought your voice sounded so nice, so cool. But listen, this was based on your book, wasn't it? Dice Wisdom, or Chancing Life, Wisdom in a Dice Toss.
Right.
So tell us about that.
I wish I would have thought of the title Dice Wisdom back when I actually wrote the book initially. But yes, it was Chancing Life, Wisdom in a Dice Toss, because I'm from Las Vegas. And what inspired me to write this particular book was I actually woke up from a dream with the idea of, wow, what if someone just rolled 2 dice and they could actually, get an answer to the question. So it's like the magic 8-ball on crack, So anyway, sorry, my cats decided to join us again. Anyway, so when I sat down and wrote it, and basically the combinations are numerology based, and there's crystals in there to help promote that particular response. But you can ask a yes or no question. I'm going to say it as a disclaimer, though. The book is not intended for gambling. I remember, and I'm telling you this because I had a guy call up and goes, I did your book, and I asked it if this one sports team was going to win, and it said yes, and then the team lost, and your book's crap. And I said, well, there is a disclaimer at the beginning of the book that it's for entertainment purposes. Basically, it's for you to actually dwell on a subject and see if by rolling the dice you end up having some inspiration you didn't think of before. It's interesting. It's like the magic 8-ball has been around for decades. And there's a thing when you turn on the magic 8-ball, it'll say ask again later. Sometimes that is the answer to the question. Ask again later, because certain forces haven't really aligned. I actually think that the magic 8-ball is a pretty brilliant little thing. It's like flipping a coin. Should I do this with the coin?
Where did Lucifer Camando?
Or they'll walk right up to somebody and go, tell me yes or no. Just say yes or no. And if they say no, then you actually take that as a sign in some ways.
Jesus Camando.
I don't believe in accidents. I believe that
neither do I.
This lifetime leads you to the best version of yourself, right?
That's right.
But again, I was inspired to write the book, and then my husband said, your book would make a great app. And I'm thinking, wow, yeah, it would. So I ended up contacting the company here. They're not in business anymore, but I ended up contacting the company, and they developed the app.
You said Zeus, he's going to make Zeus as a villain in his thing?
I recorded that little video. It was when it was only available on iPhone, but it's also available on Android. It's $1.99 to download the app. Okay, $1.99. And once it's on your phone, you can start asking questions as often as you'd like on it. But what I love it for are certain things like this. What's my energy to concentrate on for the day? And then you tap the dice and you actually read the response and you go, oh, all right, I will concentrate on that. So if the keyword you end up rolling is gratitude, then you spend the whole day being grateful for whatever is in your path, because it wouldn't be presented to you if you weren't ready to handle it, whether it was a good thing or a challenging thing, right? So, yeah. But yeah, that was my whole philosophy behind actually writing the book. So
well, it's a really cute app. Like I said, I downloaded it. I've asked the question. Now I have to wait and see. But I was intrigued, Mona, because when we played the video, you could hear that your instructions are hold the phone in your right hand and tap the dice with your left index finger. Why do that?
So So your right hand is usually your dominant hand. The right side of the body is considered your dominant side of the body. The left side of your body is considered your receptive side, all right? But your left hand is closest to your heart. So you're not only going to draw cards and you know this because I tell you to do it. I have you draw the first 5 cards with your left hand because it's closest to your heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spaced Out Radio. Jessica Jones with her new show Off the Trails.
So
she's
there you
right
go.
on.
But that's why I have you do that. You hold it in your right
Any of
hand
those shows,
as a
please know that you can play them back
foundation
here
and
on
basically
YouTube
to
in our
temper
archives,
the
which are always free. Our website is
because
spacedoutradio.com, where
basically
we have
it's
a plethora of
closest to your
features
heart
for
and
you.
you're allowing your receptive side to
Bumblefoot,
actually
reading up
get the
on
energy.
SR's Newswire.
That's why I have you do it.
We ask you
Right.
to like, subscribe.
Right,
don't
okay.
forget to ring that
Well, it
bell.
makes
If you
sense.
could do us
It
a
makes
huge
sense.
favor,
Here's
share
a
with your
review of
friends.
what someone
We'd be
said
incredibly
about
grateful.
reading
It will help
dice
Spaced Out
wisdom.
Radio grow to bring you,
I
our
started,
listeners,
and name's
more
Ginny.
content.
I started
Because
using
without you,
this
SR
book to
would
do
not be
divination
possible.
with dice
For that,
about a
we
year
thank you
ago.
for your support.
Now I use it daily for myself. This is a great form of divination for someone who's reading for
Commando.
himself or herself. It could definitely be used for others, but rolling the dice seems to bring a certain kind of clarity to your own life. I highly recommend this for beginners in divination.
I want to go ride my electric bike to McDonald's or some shit.
Alike. So yeah, it's something that I would advise people do, and give it a try and see what happens.
Yeah, it's really a lovely thing, and you know, so I'm gonna make a statement here. I had really thought, and I'm gonna go back to the Jimmy Kimmel thing for a second.
Okay.
I had really thought that, I guess I'll say it this way. I had thought that once I was on some sort of huge nationwide show like Jimmy Kimmel, I literally thought my phone was going to blow up after that happened. I mean, and I think I'm not the only one that thinks that you think that there's a certain pinnacle to reach, that when you get to that thing, that everything else starts to happen, right? So it seems like my entire career I've been preparing for the thing to happen. Well, that's why I have the app. That's why I have a couple of my books. That I really thought that being on Jimmy Kimmel was going to be the thing that was going to happen. Well, what happened was I had a whole lot of people that knew me called me. That's when my phone kind of blew up. Or people that were acquainted with me went, "Oh my God, I saw you on Jimmy Kimmel." Like the one time my quote was on the Today Show. I had more calls from people because my quote from Twitter was on the Today Show than I got for new people from Jimmy Kimmel. It was a riot. I mean, it's just, you think that there's a thing that you get to, when in fact, everything about your life is a process, and it's not a thing. There's not a thing, it's a process. So yes, I am probably one of the top readers in Las Vegas. I'm actually one of the top readers in the United States, but my home is in Vegas. So I'm probably one of the most recognizable names in Vegas because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's like, I think I was supposed to do exactly what I'm doing now, just more of what I'm doing now. Do you see? It's like
I do.
Yeah, it's hard to explain.
No, I understand.
Yes, the commandos, commander.
Oh, I had someone tell me, it was about a year after I was professionally licensed and doing this as a business. I had someone tell me, "You are going to be so famous. People around the world are going to know who you are." Well, I have name recognition, but now this is almost 20 years after that statement was said to me, and I thought, and this is so funny because it occurred to me today. This actually occurred to me today. So I did the event out of town. So I'm back in the airport. I'm walking through the airport, and I saw the picture for Lady Gaga, because Lady Gaga is in town this week and she's doing performances, and incredibly talented. And so I went, wow, a whole week of shows. Look how amazing she is. Look how famous she is. And then this little thought came in my head and said, "Gee, Mama, why aren't you famous?" And the answer came back almost immediately. because I guess I really don't want to be. So it was just, but it was a moment. I mean, today I had that little epiphany. Mona, why aren't you famous? Because maybe I don't want to be. Maybe I want to be exactly what I am now. So it's like, it was like, oh.
An aha moment.
Yeah,
as
it was.
Oprah would say.
Seriously.
Well, I think, you know, I mean, I guess is there different levels of being famous? You know, is there a different level?
No, I have no problem being noteworthy. I have no problem being known, well known. But if I was famous, I couldn't go to my favorite breakfast place and have breakfast. I mean, seriously, you kind of look at it like, wow, that would be a big burden to be famous. You know,
Yeah, it would. Everywhere you go, people are
go
looking
ahead,
at you.
you go be famous, Tracy. You could handle it. But I like being able to live my life. I like it.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
I do get recognized. It's kind of fun, but it's like it finally dawned on me that I kind of like the way it is.
Well, people do know who you are, like you said, and people travel all the way across the country to see you.
Yes, Commando.
Ask about the Dice Wisdom app. I'm just curious to know if you keep asking the same question, will the answer keep popping up the same?
No, because once you and actually this is true for tarot too. This is true for any method of divination. If you keep asking the same question, so if I ask today, what's the most important thing I need to know today? And let's say the answer gratitude came up. Okay, so all right, now I know I need to be grateful. So I've already absorbed the fact that I need to be grateful, right? But what if I ask the question again? Well, what do I need to know today? 2 minutes after I've just asked that other one. And let's say the answer credibility comes up. Well, I've already learned that I need to be grateful. Well, now I need to learn to be credible. I need to make sure that I'm checking all the details. So it's like layering a cake.
Right.
It's okay to ask the same question more than once because your subconscious or your spirit's already absorbed the first answer. So you're ready for whatever the next step connected to that question would be. And it doesn't matter what the question is. So, you know, if you were to say to yourself, when am I going to get a quality boyfriend? And the first answer is gratitude. Well, then you start taking account of how grateful you are to be where you are at this point in your life, and that you are acknowledging that you're ready to be loved, and you actually being gratitude toward that subject, right? But then if you ask again and the answer ends up being, say, credibility, well, what makes me a good partner? What makes somebody else a good partner? So it does layer, and so again, we don't use it to see if the Raiders are going to be, I don't know, the Steelers, which they did, but there you go.
Well, you ask a question and you just let the universe do the rest.
Exactly. Yes.
Right? Yes. Right. And this is Mona's book. Just trying to pull it up here. The Dice Wisdom. That's the little advertisement for the book, which is based on the app. Based on the book. The app is a derivative of that book. And let me see here if this will allow me to take it off. 9-day energy reset. Now, what's this one all about, Mona?
Okay, so when people would call into my radio program, I would give them rituals to do to sort of reset their energy or focus on the things that they want, right? And then it dawned on me I should just put it into a guidebook for people to download for the cost of a cup of coffee. I think you can download it for around $5. You can get the hard copy sent to you for about $7. But the reason I did that is that there are people out there that they want a ritual, something to follow, something that they're disciplined with to shift their energy. So one of the things I love about this book, and by the way, it is based on numerology. So there's that numerology piece of what I do again. And it's designed to start on the 1st, the 10th, or the 19th of the month. Now, Mercury goes forward again on Tuesday, if I recall correctly. So a beautiful day to start the 9-day energy reset would be Tuesday the 19th. And there's a few little items you need to get because it's a ritual to follow. And you're actually going to, for these 9 days, do these specific rituals. And then at the end of 9 days, so let's say you want an opportunity to interview for a new job, all right? So now that's the goal that you have connected with your 9-day energy reset. And what it will do is you'll be able to see that if you put the goal out there, then the universe will start bringing you signs of how to act on that goal, right? So, for example, if my friend Tracy would have said, I'm looking to draw to me an amazing quality relationship with someone that has the same goals and desires that I do, that I can align my life with. I'm looking for my companion of choice. Now, I really like to phrase the whole idea of finding someone special in your life by the words companion of choice, because that means you're aligning with someone that you could sit around in your PJs and binge watch Netflix with. You see what I'm saying? Your companion of choice, the person you can sit for hours next to and not actually have to fill up the space with words just because you can be next to them, all right? So we put the companion of choice. So Tracy says, I'm looking for my companion of choice, right? So she follows the rituals in this book for 9 days. And at the end of 9 days, within those 9 days, something will happen. I pretty much guarantee something will happen because you're basically making yourself be aware of your environment, which is exactly how I base all my readings, is into that vibration of awareness. Because the more aware you are, the more you burn away the bull crap to get to what's most important to you. And this life, you're the captain of this life.
That's
Nobody
right.
else can do it for you.
That's
You
right.
do it. So when I actually wrote this book, I wrote it with the idea in mind that nobody needs anybody outside of themselves, that you go deep within yourself to create this life. That's why people sorry, I have to segue here for just a second. There are people that will go to a reader that charges $10 or $20 for a session. And that during that session, sometimes that reader will say, oh, I'm picking up this really negative energy here. I'm picking up an evil eye someone's cast on you. Or if you don't let me, if I don't do this spell for you, no one will ever love you. Some of the stories are just outrageous.
Oh, I've heard them. Trust me. I've heard them.
I know you have. Matter of fact, it would be really fun sometime to actually have a dialogue of just
And in fact, let me just pull this one up. This is too cute for me not to show everybody. I'm going to turn the volume down though. There we go. So let me get it started over for you guys. This is some of the cool stuff you will find on UFO Twitter. These are the best. The best. I don't know how they put those on. There must be, I mean, some kind of makeup artist did those for them, but those things are cool. I want to show up in Vegas in one of these.
They put them, it's like a mask. You can see that it's actually, the plastic behind the ear. So it looks like a rubber, right? That is stretchy, just like you have for Halloween. And then you put it on. Like you can see exactly where the connection is.
Oh yeah, it's a prosthetic, but
yeah,
I mean, I would love to have one of those and just walk around town, in that kind of an outfit, or just the head and just normal body cruising. This is so cool. I love the fact that people do this, and it's just raising the awareness. I mean, look, that's a mom, dad, and a son, and just having fun walking around in some killer costumes. The kid's happy about it. This is awesome. People are taking pictures of them and everything else. Oh my goodness.
Have a picture with the alien family. It will blow away your Facebook account.
Man, regarding that photo or that video kind of about, I see that cigar, what y'all are calling a cigar, and it's like cigar-shaped craft or whatever you want to call it. I sit there and I go, that's probably just something off with the lighting and the camera and how it just picked it up. You know what I mean? That's also something you'd run into with UFO Twitter is like, it's good to be this way. Don't get me wrong, but some people look at the phenomenon and
I don't know. This is what's been some really interesting, everybody, UFO Twitter. These are the best. I don't know how they put those on. There must, I mean, some kind of makeup artist did those for them, but those things are cool. I want to show up in Vegas in one of these.
They put them, it's like a mask. You can see that it's actually, the plastic behind the ear. So it looks like a rubber, right? That is stretchy, just like you have for Halloween. And then you put it on. Like you can see exactly where the connection is.
Oh yeah, it's a prosthetic, but I mean, I would love to have one of those and just walk around town, in that kind of an outfit, or just the head and just normal body cruising. This is so cool. I love the fact that people do this, and it's just raising the awareness. I mean, look, that's a mom, dad, and a son, and just having fun walking around in some killer costumes. The kid's happy about it. I mean, this is awesome. People are taking pictures of it and everything else. Oh my goodness.
Have a picture with the alien family. It will blow away your Facebook account.
Man, regarding that
consciousness, and how are we catching this thing on cameras? Because cameras and video cameras don't have a conscience, and yet we're catching these things on film. So there's probably a side of consciousness that goes to
there,
So it continues.
I mean, that's also something you'd run into with UFO Twitter, is like, it's good to be this way, don't get me wrong, but some people look at the phenomenon, and every time they see something in the sky, it's a UFO, right? Then you get other people that look in the sky and they think, oh, that can't be anything unless it's 100% there,
So it continues to move, though, while the camera doesn't. So in the beginning, the camera was panning to the right, which at that point I would think, yeah, it's some kind of glare or something, but the camera has stopped moving and it's still cruising, which is really neat. But
it's
yeah,
just so
no,
pixelated that it's hard to even, it's not defined enough for me personally to be like, hey, that's definitely something, that's just me personally.
You see this here, this ridge? See how nice and defined all this is? Because this is where their focal point is focused at. This ridge here is starting to get blurry. So anything that's further back is even going to be blurrier yet. But yeah, I understand. And I mean, it's just tantalizing to me. I love this kind of stuff. I get in there and I'm like, wow, man, what was that? This is crazy. And I'd like to see, I love that kind of stuff. I want to see the nuts and bolts part of this, because a lot of people think it's, it has something to do with consciousness. It's a consciousness thing. Well, if it's just consciousness, and how are we catching this thing on cameras? Because cameras and video cameras don't have a conscience, and yet we're catching these things on film. So there's probably a side of consciousness that goes to this, but I know there's got to be an actual reality, nuts and bolts, some type of something that's there that's being able to be captured by film. And I mean, what do you think, Danielle? I mean, does that sound? I know some things are.
I can say honestly, I'm a person who's always attached to the camera, and I always have pictures taken and back and forth and whatever. And sometimes you catch the stuff inside that you were not even aware of. And I go like, okay, I did have that. I'm not saying that I have UFO on my camera, but I'm also saying, maybe I did, for example, take a picture of somebody doing something not knowingly. And when you actually get that picture closer and you give it to somebody, for example, somebody who knows more about the camera, whatever, they can figure it out. And for sure, why this is so. I have one more question, Grant. So this is coming from the basically TV station, right? And that's also to me very reliable and somebody that I can count on. So it's not my own little camera or somebody, who knows a little bit more to play these games and, to put something on it. So yeah, thank you for that information. Yeah, so basically then it's telling us more there, because these are professionals and they were there, like you're saying, focusing onto the, of course, fire. And then we have this amazing object flying in the sky. To me, that's why I'm more believer than being in kind of denial, because it's coming from basically, very good resource. Because if somebody else, I would be kind of people like to play the game just like a little family where it's kind of fun and cool. But I love that, and I'm really thankful that you shared it.
Well, what's interesting is I can't find really anything else on it, and just like someone else had mentioned, this is from 2018. That was 4 years ago that was caught. And I've looked and I didn't see anything personally. I mean, I only scrolled through a couple things online. Of course, everybody knows that everything online is true, right?
Yes.
But yeah, no, I thought I just seen it today, so I was like, oh, this is sweet, and a lot of the things that I've been noticing when I started really tackling and diving into UFO UAP news and stuff like that, it really gets interesting because there's a lot of things that I have missed over the years that I find, like,
Y me rescataron y me tiraron a la vida terrenal. Porque recuerden que nosotros solamente estamos viviendo una vida. Una vida que solamente pasa por aquí. No sé si después seguimos evolucionando, porque no... ¿Qué podría evolucionar y vos después volver acá? El único que volvió y resucitó fue Jesucristo, ¿no? A quien respeto mucho. Respeto mucho. Después de eso, bueno, después de ese instante que no, yo no me acuerdo, yo me acuerdo a partir de los 6 o 7 años, 6 o 7 años más o menos, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, hasta los 36 años, se me aparecían esos famosos Shadow Peoples. No sé si alguno ha tenido una visita de dormitorio. Los famosos Shadow Peoples. Esas sombras que le aparecen a los pies de la cama o a los costados. Y así empecé a ver muchas cosas. empecé a ver muchas cosas extrañas. Ya no era habitual para mí, ya no era... No era habitual para el común de las personas. Esos visitantes, pero nunca pensé que eran nunca pensé que podrían ser entre comillas demonios. Que me pararan al lado. Yo me acuerdo, siempre me voy a acordar. Siempre me voy a acordar. De esas visitas. A las cuales no hallaba explicación. Pensaba que estaba dentro de un mismo sueño. Era extraño. Pensaba que estaba dentro de un mismo sueño. Era muy extraño porque no podía creer que lo que estaba pasándome era tan real. Y así nunca creí tampoco en eso. Pensé que estaba alucinando a lo mejor. Y que estaba viendo algo que mi mente podría estar haciendo. Yo pensé que mi mente podría estar interpretando algunas cosas que no... Yo pensé que eran... A ver, Patriots of Wood dice que he grabado horrores con infrarrojo en dormitorios con gatos o perros. Reloj de arena dice que hubo muy cierto, o de la tierra, Gaia, también es de sus chakras y un ser vivo, como estamos contigo. Claro, la tierra es un ser vivo. ¡Uy! ¿Qué pasó ahí? ¿Pasó algo? Hoy, como les comentaba, Ahí está Andrómeda, mira, ¿ves? Ahí está Andrómeda. Qué bonita, ahí está Andrómeda. Está muy abajo Andrómeda, ¿eh? Pero ahí está. Se ve como una mancha. Voy a correr un poquito. Voy a correr un poquito el visor. Debajo de Alferaz. Ven. Aquí es Andrómeda, chicos. Es la galaxia más cercana a nuestro sistema. Bueno, a nuestra galaxia. Andrómeda. Está muy abajo. Oye, que se ve ahora, ¿no? Estupenda.
sentient craft. Stephen J. Dick, an astronomer and then chief historian for NASA, argued in a paper that extraterrestrial intelligence is most likely post-biological, meaning past biological and now artificial intelligence, because of the presence of biology in the flesh and blood brains. Cultural evolution will eventually result in methods for improving intelligence beyond those biological limits, and that they may in fact be aliens. But you know that anybody who works in medical field, I need to say trauma, I see a lot. When they're actually checking the, basically the person is a brain dead, the neurosurgeon would come and there's an ear pocket, so there's a small pressure, there's the pressure of the brain. It's like a drilling machine that will drill to your skull, like an electrode schools, but there's a little basic, like a mirror, like a lie detector test that will tell it basically they can feel, they can smell, and they'll see their brain dead. And to either
That's my girlfriend Maya. She keeps it real, bro. Those are photos that I took of her. Yeah. Maya Martini, my Italian princess. I take some good photos. Here's another girl that grind up on my dick all. She grinded up on my dick for like 5 hours times 2. Oh shit. All right. Like a somebody. I need to make the order. I need to make big order today. Yeah, that shit's loud. I'm gonna end the stream for a bit. I might start streaming a little later. I'm gonna end the stream for a little bit.